Well, good evening, ladies. The 7 districts presents the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League 2025, brought to you live and exclusive from this beautiful, iconic Sharjah International Cricket Stadium. And it's the all-important semi-finals underway. It's going to be the CSS group taking on the 7 districts. Well, without wasting further time, let's go straight out to the center, where we've got Mr. Ahmed Khawaja with the two captains for the all-important toss.
Toss time for the first semi-final of the 49th Bukhatir League 50 over tournament. We are here, right here in the center, alongside the main characters leading CSS group. Of course, we have Captain Ranjit Mani, our esteemed match referee, Mr. Tehseen Javed, and of course, the captain of 7 Districts Cricket Academy, Farman Ali, is going to be Ranjit Mani, and CSS to flip the coin. 7 districts will call. Heads is the call. There she goes. it's a roller. It has come down as heads. फरमान अली आइए, मुबारक हो, टॉस जीते हैं, क्या फैसला किया?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। हम सबसे पहले बॉलिंग करेंगे टॉस जीत के।
बॉलिंग करेंगे। इस पिच पे आपको क्या लग रहा है कि सेफ टारगेट होगा उनको डिस्ट्रिक्ट करने का?
इंशाल्लाह डिस्ट्रिक्ट करने का सेफ टारगेट हम 230 200 के नीचे रोकेंगे, तो इंशाल्लाह आप बाद में इजी चेस करेंगे।
ऑफ कोर्स आप बतौर कप्तान इस टूर्नामेंट में खेल रहे हैं, आपकी टीम आउटस्टैंडिंग क्रिकेट खेली। आपका फॉर्मूला फॉर सक्सेस क्या रहा है अब तक?
जी सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह ताला का लाख लाख शुक्र है, क्योंकि सब कुछ उसकी बदौलत ही होता है। तो बाकी लड़कों ने एफ़र्ट किया है, बस सारे लड़के अपना 100% देते रहे हैं। तो बस यही है कि जो हमारे ओनर का हैदर भाई का प्लान होता है कि आप लंबा जाओ, लंबा खेलो ज़रा और इन्जॉय करो इस गेम को, तो बस हमने वही किया और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रिज़ल्ट आपके सामने है।
टीम में चेंजेस?
नहीं, सेम टीम है।
बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
थैंक यू।
रंजीत, अनफॉर्चुनेटली टॉस हार गए, अगर आप टॉस जीते तो क्या करते?
फिर बॉलिंग करने का प्लान था, वो सेकेंड इनिंग्स ड्यू फैक्टर बहुत ड्यू फैक्टर था, इसलिए प्लान अभी प्लान बी बैटिंग कर रहे हैं। अच्छा टारगेट सेट करेंगे।
तो प्लान बी में अच्छा टारगेट आपको क्या लग रहा है? व्हाट इज़ अ गुड स्कोर?
या 300 प्लस 330 350 इज़ अ बेस्ट स्कोर फॉर दिस विकेट। विकेट पे फ्लैट विकेट विल ट्राई।
And of course, last year you lost the final, but now Kolata has been knocked out, so it is a big opportunity for you to go all the way.
Yeah, one by one, one by one is semi-final pressure match, both teams. But we will put in our very good effort, and we are all us are very positive mindset, and batting also amazing, performing well.
Team changes?
No changes, same team.
Best of luck, Ranjit Man.
Thank you.
Right then, news from the center in the first semi-final. 7 Districts Cricket Academy have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first.
Well, there you go. You've heard it. The 7 districts have won the toss and elected to field first in this all-important first semi-finals. Well, and what a cracker of a contest it certainly promises to be. Certainly hot conditions out there, and can be quite tough for the players out there as we get in towards the latter part of the evening, when the conditions can be a lot nicer for the players out there. Well, the umpires are out in the center, and as we await the fielders and the players to walk out, I've been joined here in the combox to take us through to the first hour of play. It's going to be Mr. Rizwan Rahman. Rizwan, welcome to the combox, my friend.
Thank you very much, Atik. It's always a pleasure to be here at the Sharjah International Cricket Stadium, 49th edition of the Bukhatir League. It has been an historic tournament here at the Sharjah International Stadium. 10 teams have participated in the tournament so far. GHK Properties, CSS Group, UAE Kings 11, Macquarie Titans, Kolata Chocolates in the Group A, and in Group B we have 7 Districts Academy, Z Games Strikers, Lexington Cricket Club, Gems Education Cricket Club, and the UAE Development 11. So in total 10 teams participated, and it's the top 2 teams from each group who have made it to the semi-finals. And in semi-final number 1 today, it will be the unbeaten 7 Districts Cricket Academy, which will be taking on the CSS group. And in game number 2, semi-final number 2, which is scheduled to happen on the 30th of June, tomorrow. So 50 over format, longer format, tough and humid conditions out in the middle, quite hot. It's about to be 42, 44 degrees Celsius with relative humidity of about 50%. Not going to be an easy affair for the fielders out in the center. It's going to be a tough one. And Team 7 Districts Cricket Academy, the skipper Farman Ali, winning the toss, opting to field first as it gets better to chase it down under the lights.
Well, we've had some high quality cricket in this 49th edition of the Bukhatir League. We're talking about the leaderboard. The batting is led by Aftab Javed, 4 innings, 369 runs with an average of a 185 and a strike rate of 127, leading the pack right at the top. Followed there very closely by Shadat, 357 runs for him with an average of 119 and a strike rate of 113. And Sagar Kalyan once again breaking into that top three with an average of 157, played a mammoth knock, a brilliant 100 in that last game that the GHK Properties represented. Krishna Chandra Karati, once again he's been a very well known name in the UAE circuit and also having represented the UAE national team at number 4 with an average of close to 150 and close to 300 runs, and along with Lovepreet Bajwan. You've also got the bowling leaderboard. Navpa Breja once again leading the pack with 10 wickets in 4 innings with an average of 17.8 and an economy of 5.06. Fantastic figures. And Irfan Yusuf Zai for the 7 districts at number 2, followed by Zishan Nasir at number 3 with 9 wickets, and Irfan Yusuf Zai having 10 wickets.
आप देखें मौसम में अब होगी, सही होगी, देखें हो गया, ओके ओके हो गया। चलो वो कुछ नहीं, वो ऑडियो का और उसको मैंने ऑटो कर दिया। ओके ठीक है ना।
You can't afford to bowl those half trackers to Ranjit Mani. He'll pounce on it and is looking place. This is much better. The call is there for a single and they take it quite comfortably.
Excellent running between the wickets. Ranjit Mani, even though he's a seasoned veteran now, still running hard between the wickets. Has a very awkward bat grip. Plays with a closed bat face. Hence, he struggles to hit the ball in the V. He drags it more towards the onside. So if you get it right, there is an opportunity towards that mid-wicket region. And can you believe it? They have a leg slip in place. You can see just to the right of the left of the wicketkeeper, Wasi Shah. So that leg side tickle is an actual plan for Mohammad Irfan.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen more often than not Mohammad Irfan straying down the pads. Probably a feather touch would get him out. Haider Wasisha there. Good delivery. Nice and clean. And talking about Mohammad Irfan, he had an injury in the recently concluded D10 series, and after that he was out of action for more than a month or so, and it's good to see him back in action, trying to entice the batters to go towards the onside special. He's got a fine leg in place and leg slip and short mid wicket and long leg as well for that half tracker. Good delivery, nice line, nice length.
Yeah, he split the webbing on his hand in that D10 tournament. Like you mentioned, it was a pretty nasty injury, needed stitches. Very committed cricketer. You'll always see him out in the park. If you could ask him to bat with one hand, he would have done so. Very fine all-round prospect. Superb left-hand batter as well. Good in the field. There's a lot to like about him. Oh, look at that bouncer. Great work by Farman Ali in the end. That moved extravagantly when it hit the green behind the wicket. Good game awareness to steal a single. End of the over then. 48 for no loss. So as we anticipated, only a 4-over spell for Lahiru. It's going to be Irfan Yusufzai coming in from the Sharjah Cricket Academy and replacing him. Good fast bowler. He's having a very good Bukhatir League tournament. Amongst the top 3 wicket takers. And he will be expected to create an impact.
Oh, absolutely. Irfan Yusufzai, quite known as a sidearm specialist in the UAE domestic season, domestic circuit, I beg your pardon, can enhance that pace, bowls about 130 odd clicks quite comfortably. So you've got to be careful up against him, especially watch out for his away deliveries. So he's got that away moment quite well. And as we expected, there's a slip in place now for Irfan Yusufzai. Watch out for those outside edges. Yeah, good delivery. He's got a decent start now. I would have expected him to come and bowl in the earlier stage, probably open the innings with the new ball, Ahmed Khwaja, because he's got that ability to move the ball away from the right hander.
Yeah, to be fair, Lahiru hasn't bowled that badly. But yes, you would certainly back the in-form bowler. And Abhiram, we have seen flirting outside off, looking to go for that big drive. That has been punched square and punched beautifully. Short, wide and dispatched.
You can't afford to offer width to Abhiram. With that pace on offer, all he had to do is find that gap, and he's pierced that gap quite well and in style. That was a treat to watch. Quite strong towards the offside is Abhiram, and using that pace to his advantage, getting a boundary quite comfortably. That will be a wide away from the tram line. Semi-final number 1, CSS up against 7 districts, Ahmed Khwaja in a crunch knockout game. What do you reckon should be a total for a team who has been unbeaten in the tournament so far?
Well, because of the dew, you need an extra cushion of 15 to 20 runs. So I think 325 is bare minimum really. You have to go beyond the 300 barrier for sure. So that is the kind of score that I would be eyeing from CSS, and they certainly have the players of that caliber to achieve that.
Well, they surely pack a punch. I would expect the top order to bat at least till that 30 odd overs, and from there on you have the likes of Rojit Ganesh, who's a destructive batter, Safir Tariq as well, who could take that game as a shorter format from there on. And if they can stitch that partnership for a longer time and get their team to a decent 180 odd runs, top edge, and will race away towards the boundary rope. That was expected from Irfan Yusufzai, and Abhiram with the top edge gets a boundary.
50 opening partnership, not in a convincing manner, trying to pull off the front foot. And Abhiram got lucky. He's had a few top edges flying over the keeper. Sometimes I feel he tries to overdo it, trying to dictate terms to the opposition rather than play his part. You have Ranjit Mani at the other end, who's a big striker of the ball. Abhiram more technically sound, more orthodox. And this format doesn't require the power game, so to speak. Excellent Yorker, went wide on the crease, but equally well defended. 57 for no loss.
9 overs gone, 57 for none. It's been a decent start for CSS Group. The good thing for them, they haven't lost a wicket as yet. They're building on that partnership, getting those boundaries quite comfortably. Abhiram Ritvik, beautiful shot towards that deep point region, and then a top edge behind the keeper. Irfan will continue. Yet again, missing his length completely, missing his line there. Mohammad Irfan has got to be mindful of that. Just stick to your basics. You can't afford to have those extras in a longer format, especially. I know the conditions are tough there, 42, 44 degrees Celsius, but you have to be spot on. I think it's been a long day for you. You've been working till afternoon today. Or was it a half day?
Well, yeah, it's always been a busy schedule, isn't it, for us expats here in the UAE? But always never a dull moment, just as we see out there in the middle. And a fantastic start here by the GHK Properties. In fact, the CSS Group, 58 for no loss. Ranjit Mani and Abhiram Ritvik batting quite well out there. They've steadied the ship. It was not easy early on. The ball was moving around, but these two have managed to dug deep. And mind you, it's not easy conditions out there. Extremely hot. Oh, that's a very good delivery. Very nearly sweeping it down to Haider at extra covers. That could have easily been a catch. A very, very good delivery to end the over from Mohammad Irfan. It's 58 for no loss. I beg your pardon. In fact, it is not the end of the over. Oh, we've got 4 more deliveries remaining. Mohammad Irfan, a great all-rounder to have in your team. Good medium pacer. Once again, nicely flicked off the pads, coming into the right-hander. Straight to the field on that occasion.
Well, it's created those opportunities, Atiq. I reckon couple of them half chances by Mohammad Irfan was unlucky. It will be exasperating in the previous couple of earlier overs as well, and Haider going all out to pick up that catch, but not easy, falling short of Haider there. But as you rightly mentioned, both the openers of CSS Group have been quite impressive so far without losing a wicket. They've done everything right. Oh, goes for a big pull towards the onside. Yet another changer from Mohammad Irfan. He's mixing it up really well. Ranjit Mani on that occasion. Atiq Nizam, you've been playing a lot of cricket in the UAE. Tough conditions, but I reckon the players, they've got, it's the training, isn't it, that matters the most. The fitness levels, playing under such tough conditions. We've seen Aftab scoring 3 centuries in this tournament so far. Quite impressive. How many would you have scored, Atiq Nizam?
Well, too many to count, my friend. But yeah, indeed, spare a thought for these players out there. They're playing day in, day out. That's the passion for the game that these cricketers do, especially in these conditions. And like you mentioned, of course, just like you do, Rizwan, playing a lot of cricket, and still remember the other day you were huffing and puffing on your way to that half century that you scored in these hot conditions. You nearly passed out, wasn't it? Talk more about that. Nicely pulled behind square for a single. Well, just let us know what runs in a batter's mind, Rizwan. You've been there. How has it felt? We'll speak more about it in the next over. 59 for no loss. So Irfan Yusufzai will continue. 10 overs done and dusted. Power play overs complete. 59 for no loss. Projected score of 295, but we have witnessed that in this tournament of the 49th Bukhatir League, the average pass score has usually been 300 plus, so the CSS group have got to make sure that they bat extremely well against the likes of some top batters in the 7 districts lineup today. Oh, he's gone after that, just wide of the fielder, and the ball will certainly roll down to the boundary ropes. That's a very good shot. Good way to begin the 11th over.
Well, he exactly knew where the field was placed. All he had to do was clear that inner circle with the pace on offer. All he had to do was just play that lofted drive, and he's done that exactly, and he's got those rewards as well. Quite a good way to start the over. End of the power play. We're into the second phase from 11 to over number 40. Ranjit Mani looking rock solid, laying the foundation for the CSS group. Nicely done. You pick up a boundary and immediately you rotate the strike. That's a good way of scoring your runs and getting your team to a respectable total. And talking about the conditions, I think you're absolutely right. Tough conditions in the UAE. Earlier initial days of summer, the temperatures are hovering between 40 to 45 degrees with humidity as well, and we tend to play in the night, so we don't feel that heat wave as such in the night, but yes, there's a lot of humidity as well. Tough conditions for the players, but the cricket never stops in the UAE.
Well, that speaks volumes of the levels of passion that these youngsters, the players, have for the love of the game, isn't it? The domestic circuit, especially even beginning from the C level, the division C division levels up to the B divisions and all the way up to even the A division levels. Just as you mentioned, Rizwan, cricket never stops here in the UAE. So much so that even from us coming from parts of the world where we are categorized as test playing nations, in India, in Sri Lanka, in Pakistan, to be honest, I have not seen the levels in which cricket is being pursued upon here in the UAE. Certainly believe that there's a lot of good times coming up here for UAE cricket. That was hit hard back at Irfan. But we did discuss earlier, Rizwan, that we do play a cricket usually towards the latter part of the evenings after 8-9 p.m. start, where we do not feel the heat as much. But
Yeah, well, just a few minutes back, you saw how I was huffing and puffing when I came to the commentary box after a small walk outside. It was certainly sapping indeed.
Well, you've got to lose weight, buddy. You've got to be fit like Rizwan to make sure you enjoy this beautiful country. That will bring us to the end of the over number 11. CSS are quite comfortably placed at 65 for none. Right then, for the first time, we have spin that is introduced in the attack. The skipper Farman Ali bringing in left arm spinner Nabil Aziz, quite impressive in the UAE domestic circuit. Has been the leading wicket taker in the recently concluded D series, the shorter format T20, and now, I beg your pardon, D50 has got a role to play. Quite impressive. Compliments Ibrahim Masood as well. You have to be watchful against Nabil Aziz. Bit of mix up there, but in the end, they will reach quite comfortably. Ranjit not happy. You need to have that clear communication. And Nabil Aziz loves to entice the batter to go after them, slip in place. Haider Wasisha, gun fielder, they will be looking out for that outside edge. Abhiram Rithwik and Ranjit Mani doing well so far. Nicely drilled down the ground but straight to the fielder. One thing about Nabil Aziz is when you can see that from the batter's perspective, you can actually understand that he's actually going to bowl a quicker one. You need to watch out for his arm action, and more often than not, you tend to become predictable as what is coming next. Tries to give himself a bit of room. A direct hit would have been a goner for Ranjit Mani.
Well, that certainly would have been disaster, wouldn't it? A better throw, and Ranjit Mani would have been in all sorts of trouble there. The CSS group, they don't want to throw away this good start. 67 for no loss. Both batters going in very nicely. Abhiram on 31, Ranjit on 29. Once again, nicely bowled. Very good flight. Oh, there's an opportunity. Nabil Arshad on that occasion. Well, I think Nabil Aziz was away from the stumps. Maybe, in fact, had he been closer and collected it, it certainly would have been disaster there.
I tell you what, these are the young guns in the making. They've got some wonderful facilities in Ajman, the 7 Districts Cricket Academy, where they all come from, and they have the opportunity to practice alongside some international cricketers. We've seen some Afghanistan cricketers coming in, players from Pakistan, giving them those tips, giving them those suggestions. Of late, we've seen Rashid Khan quite often coming out to 7 Districts Cricket Academy, giving those, information as to how to channel yourself in the UAE domestic circuit to get to that point where you can play some good level of cricket in the UAE. Quite impressive. Lot of opportunities for the youngsters, especially provided by the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. We'll talk more about it. That will bring us to the end of the over. 69 for none.
69 for no loss. 11 overs done and dusted. The 7 districts will certainly like to get a wicket or two here as we get into the middle overs. Hit hard down the ground for a single. Well, talking about how things have panned out, Rizwan, usually in a 50 over format they say that as a bowling side it's always crucial that you at least try and pick up a couple of wickets in the first 10, but more often than not, well, that one was a glorious hit, perhaps the shot of the day so far. Inside out over covers and a maximum there for Abhiram. What a stroke, brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Well, it's that muscular instinct that has taken over Abhiram's technical ability. It was in the slot for the taking and he's hammered that into the stands towards the extra cover region. Quite optimistic from Abhiram, and Tarindu is feeling the heat at the center. The first maximum, I must say, for CSS, and Abhiram Rithwik gets that one for the CSS group. Tarindu will have to do something special. You can't afford to bowl these batters in the slot. They're quite comfortable getting those runs towards that extra cover region. Quicker one on that occasion and nicely dealt with ease by Abhiram. Well, they're doing everything right so far today, CSS group, the batters of the CSS group. They've ticked all the boxes so far. 76 for none in a crucial semi-final. And as informed earlier by Ahmed Khwaja, 300, 320 is what they would be looking at. A 15 odd run cushion with due on board towards the later part of the evening. So far, it has been quite an impressive outing by the batters of the CSS. Farman Ali will have to do something special. They need to make those changes at regular intervals. Probably get Ibrahim Masood on board. Straight down the wicket. The call is for 2, but they'll settle in for 1. It has been an expensive over.
Well, 78 for no loss as we see Nabil Aziz continue, the left arm spinner. They'll desperately need a wicket or two here. Oh, great effort there. Brilliant stuff, very nearly causing a run out. And I think, well, who was that at mid-off? Was that Haider Wasisha? In fact, I think it was. That he is the champion. Love to see him always in action. Haider Wasisha, he's been woefully out of form recently until one of the recent games saw him come out with a magnificent innings. Back in form, Haider Wasisha. Certainly excited to see him back in action tonight. But 79 now for no loss. Good delivery. Well, I just honestly feel here, Rizwan, that maybe did Farman Ali lose a trick early on in the innings. because with the fast bowlers inside the power play overs, maybe he could have given an opportunity for some spin there with the fielders up. Just check how it goes about when you did feel that the fast bowlers are not able to get wickets. Not gonna hurt with a couple of things that you can try to maybe see if you can turn the tide back in your favor.
Well, he's been immaculate so far in the tournament. He's got 100% win percentage. Well, however, having said that, it's a knockout game. You've got to wear your thinking cap on. Probably I would have expected either Nabil Aziz or Ibrahim Masood to bowl in the power play. Probably create some sort of turbulence, as you rightly mentioned, Atiq Nizam. Because what is a cause of concern for 7 districts at this juncture of the game is 10 wickets in hand for CSS Group. And with the kind of batting lineup they have power hitters in their batting lineup. So you have to find a way to break the partnership. They've not just steadied the ship, they're getting those runs quite comfortably. We'll talk more about it at the end of the over now. CSS are 81 for none. Tarindu Perera will continue, gave away 9 runs in the first over, was expensive. Ranjit Mani comfortably sitting on 35 of 39 deliveries. Abhiram Ritwik 40 of 45. 6 boundaries and a maximum for him. Yet another Sri Lankan. Tarindu Perera, Lahiru as well. That's the beauty of this country. You have expats, as you rightly mentioned earlier, and this is a perfect place where you get to play different nationalities. Atiq Nizam.
Well, one of the perks of living here in the UAE, isn't it? A multicultural environment, multinational environment. You've got expats from over 50 different nationalities all coming together. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Very nicely bowled there by Tarindu. Well, certainly hailing from the land known for spinners. Tarindu, he'd certainly like to get a wicket or two here to make his alma mater proud. And also his club. Nicely flighted there again. Well, good to see him putting up some notable performances, Tarindu, with the bat and ball. Oh, well, I wonder what Tarindu was doing there. Nobody seemed ready, not the umpire or the batter. Well, he seems to be in a hurry to get things going.
Comfortably picking up a single there, using the pace on offer, mixing it up really well as Tarindu Perera. He's one such bowler who's got that fire in his belly to pick up those wickets, works really hard behind the scenes. Brilliant effort, but the ball is racing towards the boundary ropes and will find the fence. Easy pickings for the batter, Abhiram Ritwik. He is inching close to his personal milestone. That will bring us to the end of over number 15. CSS Group are 88 for none.
Rock solid start here for CSS Group. 84 for no loss. As we're finally going to see some leg spin being introduced here by STCA. Ibrahim Masood, outstanding prospect. The young wizard has the ability to turn the ball in both directions. Very consistent. And they need him to strike in the big semi-final of the 7 Districts Presents 49th Bukhatir League 50 over tournament. From 10 we are down to 4. Excellent fielding in the covers, young Ahmed Tariq. That's the kind of effort you need, Atiq Nizam.
Well, always giving the 100%, isn't it? Especially not easy out there in these conditions. Throw yourself around. Oh, this is an opportunity. This has been skied. Fielder takes it. Well, finally, the 7 districts have begun to draw blood. And it is the big wicket of Ranjit Mani. An 88-run opening stand has finally been broken.
Playing across the line, extra bounce, and a simple catch at point. End of a good hand coming in from Ranjit Mani, gone for 36. And STCA are in the game after the drinks break. 88 for 1. New batter coming in is a very fine player, Albin Elias. One of the key players for CSS Group. Technically sound. Has that power game as well. Great all-round package. But Ibrahim Masood just took 2 deliveries to strike. Fabulous bowling. Short put wicket and slip in place. Mid-on in the circle as well for Albin. What I like about Ibrahim Masood is his accuracy.
One of the top left arm spinners going around in the domestic circuit. Beautifully flighted again. Well, and this is again what we've been discussing about. Ahmed is the reason why that Ibrahim Masood was maybe could have been given an opportunity to bowl during the power play overs early on. Not really sure with this tactic by Farman Ali bringing him quite late, but nevertheless he struck straight away.
Yeah, and he does have a lot of spin options on the side with Ibrahim Masood, Tarindu Pereira, Aftab Javed, Nabil Aziz. So 3 or 4 left arm spinners. Googly, but down the leg side. That is his wicket taking ball. And it's difficult to read out of the hand.
Well, you gotta watch it like a hawk, isn't it? Out of those fingers. As a batter, the levels of concentration have to be extremely high. A brilliant over from Ibrahim Masood. Just 2 runs. But most importantly, picking up that big wicket of Ranjit Mani. 90 for 1 after 16.
Nabil Aziz. Oh, there could be trouble here. There was confusion between the pair in the middle. Albin and Abhiram were both at one end. That is a run-out opportunity missed. The point fielder and the short third couldn't get around, and hence Farman Ali is absolutely fuming.
Well, not a happy man, isn't he? But nevertheless, a good effort there by the fielder at Gully, throwing himself across but not able to collecting that cleanly. Well, Abhiram Ritwik now on 45 of 48 balls. Make that another good delivery. Nabil Aziz once again keeping things nice and tight. Well, the two spinners are bowling quite well in tandem on there, Nabil Aziz and Ibrahim Masood. They can pick up another wicket or two here. Would certainly put them very much back in the game. Another excellent delivery.
Yeah, he has to look to keep a lid on the scoring. And Ibrahim Masood can perhaps try to attack from the other end. It's very important to recognize your role in the side. There you can see short mid-wicket, short cover in position, trying to just squeeze the singles here. Bowl a few quiet overs. And eventually the batters will react, searching for boundaries. Mid-on has been pushed out to the fence. And good disciplined stuff here. 91 for 1. Projected score suggesting CSS will get 268 at this stage. Certainly may not be enough with an in-form batting lineup of SDCA. But now they've got their main man on, the most difficult threat you feel to CSS, Ibrahim Masood. Oh, calculated risk taken and pays off handsomely for Albin Elias.
Well, that would give him a world of confidence, isn't it? Early on in his innings, just the 6th ball, plays across the line. But what he does extremely well there was he keeps his shape, he keeps his head on top over his front foot and smashes it over that mid-wicket region for a boundary. 95 on the board now. Good delivery there by Ibrahim. Quicker one, just floats that outside off stump. Good looking shot. Oh, that is an opportunity. Oh, has he got him? This is gonna be close. Has the umpire given it in fact? And in fact he's given. Well, that's disaster. Absolute disaster here for the CSS group, as Albin Elias has to walk back to the dugout.
Well, the exact same thing happened in the previous over. Confusion. No clear calling. Running on the misfield towards short extra. And Albion was in no man's land. That is a huge blow to CSS group. One of their key players with a self-inflicted wound, a run out. And that will change the game here. 95 for 2 now. Big wicket lost. Well, what a player to have coming in at number 4. The man who has been there, done that for the UAE national team. Krishna Chandran Karate. Average of 50 plus in 50 over cricket in his domestic career. Represented the UAE national team for many years and still going strong, still as good as ever. And he need to show his immense experience. A crucial phase of the game. As soon as this man has arrived, wickets have tumbled. Googly, fabulous Googly, hitting him high on the bat.
What a delivery startup here by Ibrahim Masood to a veteran batter Krishna Karati. Man with immense amount of experience, just as you mentioned. Well, he's got to play a crucial role here for the CSS group. But what's interesting is how he's got that 50 plus average with a strike rate of above 120 is what impresses me the most. We'll speak more about it in the next over. 18 done, 95 for 2.
Well, in desperate need of a partnership, our CSS group now. Oh, another single taken on a misfield. Abhiram. Need to be careful, my friend. Well, like we mentioned, Krishna has played 12 ODIs for the UAE national team. Played for Kerala as well in the Ranji Trophy back home in India. So that just shows what an immense caliber this man has. And he will certainly put a price on his wicket. He is in no hurry whatsoever. And no need to be either. We're only in the 19th over of the game. The openers gave you a great platform. So you can bide your time. And we know this is a venue that is capable of quick scoring.
Well, you certainly do. Krishna Karati, with the amounts of experience he carries, he certainly would be able to realize that firsthand. Especially after you've lost 2 wickets in quick succession. Now it's about time when they change gear and just see a couple of overs through, get a feel of the conditions and get a partnership going. One of the beauties of the 50 over format, you have that extra bit of time to just feel how things have transpired. Last ball of the over. Good delivery. A very good over from Nabil Aziz. "19 done, 96 for 2.
The scoring has really halted after the departure of Albin. The 7 district spinners in tandem, Ibrahim Masood and Nabil Aziz, doing a fabulous job. And good to see a slip in place as well. So they are hunting for breakthroughs, not just content to bowl quiet overs. Abhiram has played a sedate inning so far, 46 of 56. Certainly needs to convert, make it a sizable knock. Try to get 100 in a big knockout game. Set your team up for success. Owen taken. Excellent catch at short mid wicket. Irfan Yusufzai with a sharp grab. And it's a collapse for CSS.
Well, disaster struck thrice in a very short span of time here for the CSS group. This time it is the other set batter, Abhiram Rithwik, who was batting extremely well, felt the pressure, felt the strangle with the runs drying up, trying to force the issue, trying to go over the mid-wicket fielder, only to get the toe end of the bat. And a very, very good catch there by Irfan Yusufzai, one of the tallest in the 7 district setup, was not able to clear him. Third one down. CSS group now in a spot of brother. It's 96 for 3.
Safir Tariq, the wicket keeper, coming in at number 5. Almost 9,500 runs in his domestic career. Oh, beautiful googly again. This is a magical spell from Ibrahim Masood.
Well, the levels of control this young man has on his deliveries, especially the wrong one, which helps him pick up a lot of wickets. Certainly very, very impressive. Safir Tariq gets off the mark, placing it towards deep point. Now 2 new batters out in the middle here for the CSS group. Partnership absolutely necessary here, isn't it, Ahmed?
Oh, absolutely. And good to have 2 seasoned campaigners in the middle. Watchful indeed. Yet to get off the mark is Krishna. 97 for 3 after 20. Only 9 runs conceded in his 4 overs so far, Nabil Aziz. Superb economy rates for both spinners. Just going at about 2.5 runs per over. And that dot ball pressure is telling on the CSS group. Well, one man who can certainly change that equation is Safir Tariq. Very clean striker of the ball. But 50 over cricket is something that we don't have a lot of in the UAE. Of course, the Bukhatir League has been around for many years, now into its 49th edition. We also have the 250 over tournaments, the D50 of the Emirates Cricket Board. But apart from that, a lot of 20 and 10 over stuff. And hence, this is a very important tournament for the training of our domestic cricketers, Atiq.
Well, you're absolutely spot on there, Ahmed. The longer format, it certainly is an art. Nowadays, it's just become a norm where, you know, it's just where you walk out to bat and you just see ball, hit ball. But the mental toughness that comes with building up an innings, building up partnership, playing in tandem, be it batters or even bowling as well, creating that pressure, bowl 3 to 4 good deliveries, those in swingers and then dip one and out swinger to get that outside edge, where of course you see that more prevalent in test cricket. And that is again something that even the 50 over format also brings in a lot of patience. We'll speak more about it in the next over. 99 for 3 after 21.
Well, Krishna Karate is certainly taking his sweet time. He's 1 of 10 so far. I just feel that if you face too many dot deliveries against Ibrahim Masood, you might get yourself in trouble. Oh, beautifully bowled again. And you make a superb point. And even at the global level, 50 over cricket has certainly gone out of fashion. A lot of 10 over, 20 over stuff, franchise leagues all over the globe. We have our very own ILT20 as well in the UAE. So that focus has certainly shifted to the shorter formats. But 50 over cricket will always have a very special place in our hearts.
Well, in all honesty, Ahmed, you ask me, I'm more of a test match lover, because the kind of pleasure as a cricketer or even as a broadcaster, test cricket would certainly... Oh, that's going to go down the leg side. A good decision there by the umpire. Well, test cricket, one thing does test your resilience, your mental toughness, and also your physical ability. But yeah, well, that's something that maybe UAE cricket can also focus on. But right now, as we are talking about the 50 over format, which is also a bigger, longer format, I'd love to see more of this. The hundreds also come up for the CSS group. 102 so far.
Yeah, from being 84 for no loss, they are now 102 for 3. And that point about red ball cricket is a very pertinent one. The new head coach, or rather the head coach of UAE, Mr. Lalchand Rajput, did stress on that, where we played a 2-day tournament with the red ball with the UAE domestic cricketers here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium a couple of months ago. 22 overs done. It's 102 for 3. So Nabil into his 5th over. Oh, pardon me, his 6th over. And he's only conceded 11 runs. Fantastic bowling. Like I was discussing earlier with Atiq, sometimes you need to know your role in the side. And so far, Rizwanur Rahman, this young left-arm spinner, has executed his role to perfection. Kept a lid on the scoring, allowed Ibrahim Masood to attack from the other end, and that has produced 3 wickets here for the side. Meanwhile, a bit of an injury stoppage there. I'm sure the magic spray will get Nabil Aziz up and out running once again. Well, good to see. Nabil is A-OK. Oh, another chance for a run out here. It was hit straight to the mid-off. Once again, the running between the wickets has been questionable, to say the least, for CSS. Already lost Albin Elias in this manner. The last thing you want is another one of this seasoned pair to head back to the dugout. And that's what I love about 50 over cricket. The ebbs and flows of the game, Rizwan. Anything can happen at any stage.
We just mentioned it a little while ago. 84 for no loss, and in a short span of time they lost 3 wickets in quick succession thanks to Ibrahim Masood. But don't forget this man on your screen, Nabil Aziz, creating that pressure from one end. Just given away 11 runs, 3 dot deliveries on the trot, and Krishna Kumar Karate is certainly feeling the heat, and a bit of misfield will allow them to pick up a single. A lot of confusion between the batters.
And once again, it was Safir Tariq ball watching. Krishna had reached his end by the time the ball had crossed the fielder. So he's not listening to his partner, and that's exactly why they're having a very animated discussion. Well, does Safir speak Malayali? Or I'm sure Krishna speaks Hindi or Urdu. Maybe a language barrier. We need to switch the subtitles on.
Krishna, has he represented Kerala at Ranji level as well as UAE? So he's got that ability to speak multiple languages. I'm not too sure if he can speak Punjabi. 4 of 10 for Safir Tariq. Off colour today now. Placed towards the onside. It's not been in the best of form, Safir Tariq. Quite known for his shorter format of the game. In a longer format, he can afford to take that time, but he is clearly off colour today. 5 of 11 for him. Krishna Karate, 3 of 16. They've managed to put a lid on the scoring. The spinners of 7 Districts Cricket Academy. Quite impressive so far. Quicker one. And a dot delivery. Just couple of runs from that over. 23 gone, 104 for 3.
Well, something has got to give here. The dot balls are piling up here for CSS. You can see the strike rates of Safir and Krishna. They've not been able to rotate the strike. Hit hard and past the mid-on. Read the googly well, Safir Tariq, and dispatched it to the fence for a precious boundary for CSS.
Well, he was quite defensive until that delivery. Well, he's known for those big blows, and he's got to take those calculated risks as and when required for his team. Safir Tariq, he's been off color throughout the tournament. Oh, look at that. They quickly pick up a single. In fact, the call for two, but will just settle in for one. Yeah, one of the batters will have to take that responsibility, Ahmed. I know it's a longer format of the game, but you cannot be giving away those 1 or 2 runs over. It's a semi-final, and one of the batters will have to take up that aggressor's role.
Yeah, that is the issue sometimes with our domestic 50 over cricket, the lack of middle game. Oh, inside edge. There's nobody at fine leg at all. It's young Ahmed Tariq heading after the ball. And once again, they've only run 2. That's poor. So, at times, with our domestic players, it's either slog or block when it comes to the 50 over format. The manipulation of the ball, the rotation of strike, you can see it is lacking at times.
It's a very valid point that you've mentioned, and we've seen players who have not been successful in the shorter formats of the game, especially the 10 over format and the 20 over format. Those batters who have been not successful have been successful in the longer format. I just would like to mention the names. Aftab of the 7 districts, yes, he was impressive with the T20 format as well, but what is most impressive is about Mohammad Shahzad scoring those runs. Technically absolutely brilliant, and he's in top 5 run getters. And with that, Krishna picks up a boundary. Ibrahim offering that long hop, and Krishna capitalizes on that opportunity. 24 gone, 115 for 3.
Another left arm spinner coming into the fray, Wahab Hassan. He turns the ball a bit more than Nabil Aziz, I dare say. Well, not if you're going to start on leg. But a wonderful athlete, can bat as well. Good all-round package. Certainly have a lot of all-rounders in this side, STCA. So just looking to open up in that previous over. Safir picking up a boundary, Krishna as well. They've bided their time. It's been a slow partnership. 19 runs between this pairing. Pitching outside leg, you're never going to get that decision. And like you were mentioning, the adaptability we've seen from the younger lot has been quite encouraging. Aftab Javed, when I read that he had 300s in 4 games, I was truly astounded. We've always known him to be a clean striker of the ball. But to come in and dominate like that in this 50 over game just shows the immense amount of talent we have in the UAE. And good to see a youngster being able to switch formats like that. And another young outstanding batter they have is Ahmad Tariq, SDCA. Will be interesting to see how he goes tonight.
Absolutely. Aftab, Mohammad Shahzad, Sagar Kalyan as well, scoring some good runs in this tournament. Krishna Chandran Karate, Lovepreet Singh Bajwa, Syed Haider Wasisha. I remember that 90-run knock coming in at number 7 from Haider Wasisha. Well, with that delivery, we come to halfway stage. 25 gone, 115 for 3 are the CSS group.
Irfan Yusufzai should be relatively fresh, only bowled 2 overs. Change of ends from him. So trying to change it up here is Farman Ali, and it's not a bad idea. These two have seen a lot of spin so far in their partnership of 19 runs. Let's see how they adapt with the seamer coming back into the attack.
A change of game plan from Farman Ali, rightly so. Both the bowlers been rested for some time. Irfan, it'll be interesting to see if he has a slip in place, especially with that away moment. Good delivery, quick bumper. 115 for 3. They need to stand tall, both these batters. And both of them are experienced campaigners in the UAE domestic circuit. If they can get close to the 210 run mark with these two batters, I think they are looking for a decent score. With the likes of Rojit still in the dugout, who can score big towards the end. Good delivery inside edge. Not much. 3 damage done. 3 deliveries. 3 third deliveries on the trot from Irfan Yusufzai.
And even the 50 over cricket rules have been updated recently by the ICC. There will be only 1 ball used after 35 overs. Usually you have 1 ball at either end in 50 over cricket. So just trying to enhance the game for the spinners and for the fast bowlers. Something to work with. Get some more spin, maybe some reverse as well, especially at a venue like this. And I think that is a very positive change and will add another dimension to the 50 over game.
Oh, absolutely. And those changes obviously will bring some excitement as well. Initially it will be a bit difficult to sort of get adjusted to those changes, but then over a period of time one gets used to it. And as we speak, it has been a brilliant over so far from Irfan Yusufzai. Krishna Karate has been tested so far with the spin as well as with the seam options. Full toss. didn't quite time it well, but manages to pick up a single.
Yeah, when you're in that defensive frame of mind, even those hittable deliveries are not maximized. Immediately signaling to the dugout as well, maybe a change of willow or gloves. Very crucial partnership. Like you mentioned, they still do have batting to come, the likes of Rojit, Haider Razak, very capable with the bat. Nipun Babu can bat, Jihan Chaturanga can hang around as well. So hope is certainly not lost. But that target they would have wanted of 300 plus might be a bit difficult. 117 for 3. Just can't beat the inner ring at the moment, Safir Tariq. It'll be a good test of his temperament as well. We know he's a big hitter of the ball. When he looks to attack and deal in sixes, he's one of the best wicketkeeper batters in the UAE. Just like that, in the slot, and up she goes, maximum.
Welcome boundary for Safir Tariq. It's a maximum, in fact, and that will ease some nerves for him. That was long coming. Safir Tariq holding his temperament. This was in the slot and decided to free his arms as easy as you like. Remember, Wahab bowled that magnificent maiden first over, and in the second over, feeding him in his slot. And it's a good thing Krishna and Safir having that conversation. Safir will have to strike big today. He needs to get those runs for his team. One of the senior statesmen for team CSS group.
Well, he's made 17 of 23. But he hit a 6 and a 4. So apart from that, he's only made 7 runs in 21 deliveries. Or 22 deliveries, pardon me. So that is where he needs to balance his scoring. Otherwise, he's dotting it up a lot, and that doesn't help your partner. That will just build that frustration that we haven't got the scoreboard ticking. Krishna has been quite similar. He's hit a boundary. So he's only made 6 of 24 himself. They will take a single on this occasion. But that needs to be done earlier in the over rather than right at the end.
Yeah, you need to rotate the strike. You need to pick up those singles and doubles. Especially when you're trying to be too defensive, Ahmed, you tend to go inside that cocoon. You can't afford to do that. Just ensure you pick those singles and doubles. Get about 5 runs and over. That should be good enough in the longer format of the game. And you can look to strike big towards the end. And that's exactly what I meant. Just pick up those singles and doubles. Create that pressure. And with that single, that will bring us to the end of the over. 27 gone, 1-2-5 for 3.
Slowly but steadily, a partnership is building here. Up to 29 runs between Safir and Krishna. Now those singles are coming through a lot more regularly, and that is an encouraging sign for CSS.
But that's been the communication between these two batters, especially the senior statesman Krishna Karate, ensuring that you need to pick those singles and doubles and get an odd boundary in an over, which can get them to that 5 to 7 run an over and build that partnership, take it up further till 35-38 over, and with wickets in hand you can go big from there on. Half tracker nicely bowled by Irfan Yusufzai. Aftab cleaning it up. It's definitely a test of time for a couple of reasons, Ahmed. One is it's the longer format of the game. Second, the weather conditions. Third, you predominantly being a shorter format player, it's your muscular instincts always take over. So you've got to be absolutely spot on, extremely focused. That's when you will be successful, I would say, in the longer format.
Completely agree with you there. And taking a look at STCA, apart from Ibrahim Masood, who is the other wicket-taking bowler in the side? Lahiru was inconsistent. Irfan was spraying the ball all around. Irfan Yusufzai has been a touch expensive today. So where do they look towards when Ibrahim Masood is not on the attack or on to bowl? Quick single, great effort by Irfan Yusufzai. Fantastic athleticism. Putting it all on the line. And if he had been able to even have a shy at the stumps, that would have been a spectacular run out. But the question remains, if they cannot get a breakthrough in this passage of play till the 35th or 38th over, will that allow CSS to really take the game away from them?
Oh, absolutely right. I was expecting Irfan Yusufzai as well as Nabil Aziz to be the pick of the bowlers today. Unfortunately, Nabil has not been successful, but yes, he's created pressure, he's put a lid on the scoring, and we've seen Irfan Yusufzai in this over continuously darting in with those quicker bumpers. And you can not just afford to have a bowler. You made a very valid point. You need to be a match winner, especially in a semi-final. What can you bring to the table? Can you produce some wickets by yourself? Irfan has been good, is been decent with his economical figures, but he's not been able to pick up a wicket apart from Ibrahim Masood. Farman Ali will be thinking about getting some sort of changes towards the center, especially probably getting Aftab maybe to come out to bowl, because his regular bowlers have not been able to produce those wickets except apart from Ibrahim Masood.
Meanwhile, this partnership building up to 33 runs now. A breakthrough here would really balance the contest, but if they continue, anything is possible. Good over this for CSS. No boundaries, but they've kept the scoreboard ticking regularly. 130 for 3.
.28 gone, 130 for 3. In comes Wahab Hassan. Has been impressive. Maiden over, the first one that he bowled, gave away 8 runs in the second over. Has got that ability to produce some wickets. Has been in good form of late, but today, can he deliver? Beautiful delivery, trying to cut away towards the backward point region. Does not get the connection right. 20 of 30 for Safir Tariq. Krishna 13 of 29. 1 wicket here will certainly punch at the top order of CSS group. And joining me in the comm box after a long break, Atiq Nizam. Had some refreshments. Good to have you back. What do you make of the wicket so far? I think 130 already on board. They've got another 22 odd overs left.
Well, they've got a bit of a partnership going now here between Krishna Karati and Safir Tariq. After those 3 quick wickets in between. Oh, that was an opportunity there. Had that been a clean pickup, that could have certainly been trouble for the batters. But these two have put on a 35 run stand together after being 96 for 3. They need to go on. Well, you're absolutely right there, Rizwan. Another wicket here will certainly put them on the back foot. So it's absolutely crucial that Krishna Karate and Safir Tariq carry on, go until the 40th over, and then they'll have that launching pad, the last 10 overs, where they can have the batters coming in and try and get into the T20 mode. So if you just look at it, 11 overs, 66 deliveries, if they can go at around 5 runs and over from here, that would bring them an additional of about another 55 runs. That would take it close to around 180, 190. And then you have the last 10 overs. If you can go at 9 to 10 runs and over, you can certainly get to the 300 run mark.
A single to close out the over number 29. CSS Group 134 for 3. Irfan will continue. Irfan Yusufzai, 22 runs is given away in his 4 overs so far. Hasn't yet picked up a wicket. Is darting in those off-stump channel with those quicker bumpers. Good delivery, right on the money. Slow and steady progress by these two batters. Looking optimistic. The fielding has been quite impressive. The ground fielding has been quite impressive from the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. All the youngsters rising to the occasion. On your screens you can see another young lad, probably must be 18-19-year-old Ahmed Tariq, quite impressive with the bat. Loves scoring runs, considered as a run machine in the UAE domestic circuit. A lot would rely upon him as well. Has represented Emirates Blues in the recently concluded D series. Half tracker, and an opportunity has been created. He is darting in those quick bumpers, and in the end a comfortable catch in the deep. Krishna Karate succumbing to the pressure, trying to go big, gets caught out in the deep.
Well, the trap laid, and Krishna Karate falls into it. He was set a fielder in the deep at deep square leg. Nabil Arshad on that occasion, taking the catch, not making any mistake. And a big wicket here. Krishna Karate, after a fighting 15, has to walk back to the dugout. The CSS group 4 down now, 134 on the board. New batter Danish Sarhadi walks into bat at number 6. CSS group, just as you felt when they're putting on a partnership, they keep losing wickets in regular intervals. Irfan Yusufzai was a fantastic bouncer, setting the trap, and Krishna Karate taking the bait. 134 for 4. Good delivery once again. Watchfully played, an opportunity of a run out. And has he taken the stumps off? The question here is, was that a direct hit? Did the wicket keeper, did the captain Farman Ali with the gloves make sure that he took the bails off with the ball in hand? This is going to be a very, very important replay.
Well, I thought for a second that was a direct hit. Let's have a look at that replay. Oh my goodness gracious. It came off his shoulder. Well, has he made in time? We'll have to go frame by frame. Oh, this is a close one.
Well, this is going to be a touch and go, isn't it? Well, he was nowhere close to taking the ball and splashing it. It just came off his shoulder onto the stumps. Oh, that you'll need to slow that frame down, isn't it? Maybe to that 0.1, 0.2 range, just to check whether has he made his crease. But well, good luck being the third umpire on this occasion. Very tough to say, isn't it, Rizwan?
It certainly is extremely tough. Probably the benefit of doubt will go in favor of the batsman. And that will bring us... it's not easy. Yeah, brilliant effort in the field. Danish Sarhadi straight away would have had to walk back had it been a direct hit.
Well, certainly, but I also feel, Rizwan, that had he collected the ball onto his gloves and then broken the stumps, that could have perhaps been the difference of maybe a 0.1 millisecond. That was a shocker there by Irfan. But sometimes when the ball rebounds off your body, it's not going to be as quick as perhaps with your hands right next to the stumps and collecting the ball and taking the bails off, in fact. Not as quick as that. So maybe that millisecond would have perhaps saved Danish Sarhadi on that occasion. But nevertheless, he survives. Lives to fight another day. Huge heave through the cover region. Danish not connecting. It's been a very good over. Irfan 1 for 23. He's been quite tight. He's not given too much of room for the batters to free his arms with. But the 7 districts, I believe, will be the happier camp at this stage, approaching the 30th over. 135 on the board, 4 wickets down on the opposition. Good delivery once again, climbing on the batter.
They're certainly becoming quite predictable there now, Irfan Yusufzai. Darting in with those quicker bumpers on the trot. And it has definitely... he's been rewarded with a wicket for that. And has been quite impressive. Yeah, at one stage we were talking about 84 for none. They were looking all strong out in the middle, looking for a score which could go beyond that 300 run mark. But all of a sudden, 7 districts found a way back to come in the game. And they've managed to put a lid on the scoring, at the same time picking up those wickets at regular intervals. That will bring us to the end of over number 30. 20 more to go. CSS are 135 for 4.
Well, time to reassess. 135 for 4, 20 overs to go, 6 wickets in hand. Safir Tariq still out there in the middle along with a new batter. Danish, who's just walked out to bat. and yet to get off the mark. The question here is, if they are to get to the 300 run mark, where they still require another 165 runs in 20 overs, which means that you have to go above 8 runs and over, it can certainly be quite a tough task. They've got to break it down to smaller periods here, isn't it, Rizwan? Maybe look at putting on a partnership for the next 10 overs. Get to that 190 mark if they can go at 5-6 runs and over. And then the last 10 overs, you can certainly back yourself to get 10 runs and over if you have wickets in hand. But 300 is the bare minimum, I'd say, par score on this pitch. Oh, beautifully bowled. Nice delivery there. Well, we've also witnessed Rizwan, even in a lot of international games that has taken place here at the Sharjah Stadium over the years. We've seen the likes of some absolute superstars who've donned their national colours walk out to bat in this very outfield. The likes of players like Sachin Tendulkar. You had beautiful looking shot, but the fielder in the day will cut it off. Another couple of runs. Well, one thing that I can never forget, Rizwan, is that magnificent 189 Sana Jayasuriya scored here against India in the year 2000 in that Coca-Cola Cup finals. Also, who can ever forget some belligerent knocks that Sachin or Shahid Afridi, for that example, have played here. It's been a lot of memories over the years. Oh, brilliant hit! What a hit! That ball went to the boundary like a tracer bullet. That would give him a world of confidence.
Stamping his authority in style is Danish Sarhadi, known for his quick cameos in the domestic circuit. Pounces on that half tracker, gets the connection right, and gets the desired result as well. Well, you certainly have mentioned a lot of memories of Sharjah Cricket Stadium, but what is fresh to my mind is the recently concluded bilateral series where the UAE national team has defeated a full member nation Bangladesh by 2-1. 5 new debutants added to the squad, and it has been a great outing for the UAE team, especially under the leadership of Mohammad Wasim. Getting those, they lost the first one, mind you, and they bounced back, and they bounced back really well, defeating Bangladesh in the recently concluded bilateral series.
Well, certainly one for the memory, isn't it? The UAE national team making a serious statement, and we having the opportunity to see the talent coming through. We'll certainly know that this has been very much on the cards over the years. 31 done, 142 for 4. Well, so the players have just had some refreshments. 31 overs done and dusted. 142 for 4. Safir Tariq out there in the middle, battling it out for his team. 23 of 34 balls. It's absolutely crucial that he goes on for the CSS group. Irfan will continue into his 6th over now. Oh, this was top edge. But well, lucky for Safir Tariq, he managed to get it fine. No fielder in the boundary ropes towards that area. Irfan Yusufzai will be quite disappointed. It was a good delivery. He did nothing wrong with it. Very well aimed bouncer, but a top edge down towards that fine leg region. He will take it. Safir Tariq moves on to 127 now. Good delivery. Well, hitting the lens there. Irfan is hardly given any half volleys. He's focused on that short length or the good length more often than not. Oh, that was a missed opportunity there, Danish. He'd be quite disappointed that he could not get the middle of the bat. Trying to hit the ball a bit too hard. Danish should rather focus more on placement and timing, especially on this outfield. Can be quite quick. All you have to do is make sure that you're behind the ball and place it into the gaps. This time he gets the middle of it. Gets a single down towards sweeper cover. Well, the floodlights have taken full effect here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. It is a long weekend here in the UAE. People just getting back maybe from their vacations, out with their families, back to work tomorrow morning. Oh, good delivery this time, and I think that did hit him below the ribs. Might need a bit of a rub. Well, the over comes to an end. 148. In fact, there is one more delivery remaining in the over. Safir Tariq perhaps needed some time to find his breath after that blow. Can be quite painful towards that rib cage area when it gets struck, because there's not much protection there. Now the last delivery of the over. No timing behind that. Dot to end the over. 6 runs off that Irfan's 6th over. 32 done. 148 for 4.
148 for 4 after 32. In comes the man with the golden arm, I must say, Ibrahim Masood, young gun from the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. Watch out for his googly, quite impressive, Atiq, and he's done exceptionally well in a shorter period of time, and is the one to watch out for the future. Tossed up straight down the ground, and Danish Qureshi, I beg your pardon, Danish Sarhadi, gets the connection right. But what matters the most at the moment is Safir Tariq's innings, 28 of 38. He's been one batter who's been there for a longer period of time, and he has to convert that into a big score.
Well, he's got the start, hasn't he? This has been the case where none of the batters have got starts. Have got starts and not able to carry on. The 50 over format, they say that one of the thumb rules is that the top 4 have got to go on and make a big score. If you need your team to be in a good position, it's crucial that the top 4 will carry on and bat the 50 overs, one of them, and then the others play around. But unfortunately, it's not been the case here today for the CSS group. And mind you, it is a crucial encounter. It's a do or die game. It's the semi-finals of the 49th Bukhatir League. And now it's the onus on Safir Tariq to make that right. He's got to go on and make a big one. Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Talk about the commentator's curse. Safir Tariq, just as we were praising and mentioning the fact that it's absolutely crucial that he stays out there in the middle, plays across the line and gets castled. Half the side back in the dugout. The 7 districts are now in a jubilant mood. Crucial moment of the game here is one.
Well, Ibrahim Masood has derailed the top order of the CSS group. Yet again, Safir Tariq getting those starts but just not converting them into a big one. Ibrahim Masood yet again with a brilliant delivery, and you can't afford to play across the line to him, and in the end, a big wicket. Another one bites the dust. 149 for 5 after 32.4. They gave beauty, I forgot. What an outing it has been for Ibrahim Masood. 3 wickets in his 6th over, and he's been the go-to bowler for Farman Ali. Whenever he's been given that opportunity, I think he's produced a wicket. And in comes the experienced campaigner for CSS, who's been associated with the team for a very long time, Rojit Ganesh. He has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. I do remember a lot of his innings. He's a match winner for sure. He's come in at a situation where the team needs him the most. And look at that delivery. Absolutely brilliant from Ibrahim Masood. No answers to the question by Ibrahim, and Safir Tariq had to walk back. Gets off the mark and will retain strike, Rojit Ganesh. 33 gone, 150 for 5. Well, 7 districts presents 49th Bukhatir League 2025. We're in the semi-final. Number 1 CSS group up against 7 districts Cricket Academy, winning the toss, opting to bowl first. They've had a great outing so far, I must say, the team 7 districts Cricket Academy. Nabil Aziz will bowl, a change of ends for him coming from the Bukhatir end. Brilliant delivery, huge appeal. And I reckon there was a bit of probably an inside edge. Nabil Aziz has been quite instrumental. Just given away 13 runs, 14 so far. It'll be good to see if he can pick up a wicket here. Danish Sarhadi, 8 of 12 for him. Picked up a couple of boundaries. Watchfully played. Rojit coming in at number 7. Quite a spectacular batter on his day. He can get you good runs on board. Respecting the good deliveries is Danish Sarhadi. Nabil Aziz, with that fire in his belly, always looks for wickets, but unfortunately has been not rewarded as yet, Atiq. But another good prospect in the making for the 7 districts.
Well, one thing I've witnessed, 7 districts have always produced some top quality left arm spinners over the last couple of years. We've seen the rise of someone of the caliber of Haider, the left arm spinner. We have Wahab Hassan. You have Nabil Aziz. Oh, what happened there? I hope that was not intentional there. Well, let's have a look at that again in the next over. 34 done, 152 for 5.
Well, I love this intent from the skipper of 7 districts, Farman Ali, getting a slip in place, going all guns blazing. Ibrahim Masood, the new kid on the block.
Well, he may be new, but he certainly sent some shockwaves around. His brilliant control, wicket to wicket bowling. The wrong ones, well, he's way above his age, this young man. 3 for 24 off his 6.1 over so far. Ibrahim Masood, he's been magnificent. When he came out to bowl, CSS group were cruising at 84 for no loss. And he's just completely broken the backbone of the CSS top order. Adventurous, a reverse sweep. Has certainly proved fruitful here for Rojit. What a hit. Brilliant.
Improvisation at its best. And we know Rojit Ganesh can produce such shots, especially when the team is under pressure. Look at that. He waited for it, Atiq, and is got the connection absolutely spot on. That's the speciality about Rojit Ganesh. He doesn't get bogged down with the kind of score or the number of wickets down. He finds ways to score runs. Animated appeal from Farman Ali. Ibrahim Masood was absolutely not interested in that. It has been brilliant so far for Ibrahim Masood. And I've been informed that he's also been part of the draft of the Global League happening in the Windies. It's a proud moment for the family members of this young Afghan, Ibrahim Masood.
Well, certainly deserves all the accolades that come his way, this man. I can't call him a man, in fact, maybe a boy, a young little boy, who's certainly making a serious name for himself. And what a talent. Good times for UAE cricket indeed.
Oh, certainly, Atiq, I fully echo with you. Brilliant delivery yet again. Probably must be in his 15, 16, if I'm not wrong. 17 maybe. Still in teenage for sure. He's certainly done well, the Afghan.
Well, I'm sure after the game you can go and ask him for his age. I'm sure he'll be happy to oblige. Another decent over. Ibrahim Masood completes 7 overs. 3 for 29 for him. 35 done as we walk into the last 15 overs of the innings. CSS Group 158 for 5. Nabil Aziz into his 8th over. These two have bowled brilliantly in tandem. Nabil Aziz and Ibrahim Masood. Both of them together have bowled 14 overs and given away around 39 runs and picking up 3 wickets. It's been a fantastic period of play here for the 7 districts. The CSS group, they'll be absolutely desperate and they've got to reassess. I know that it may be quite tough to get to the 300 mark from here, but they need to give their bowlers something to bowl at. If they can manage to put on a partnership here, try and target that 250, 260 run mark, not lose wickets, and another partnership, one partnership here can mean the difference. But so far it's been quality wicket to wicket bowling by the 2 spinners. Oh, there's a mix-up. A direct hit would have been trouble. Well, they've survived. They've survived. Well, the calling has not been great here by the batters of the CSS group tonight. We've had a couple of opportunities that's gone their way. They also did have run out opportunity that was taken. So they just got to make sure that they get the basics right here. 160 on the board. Last ball of the over coming up. Another very economical over. Just 2 runs coming off Nabil Aziz's 8th. 160 for 5. Well, looks like the captain is not gonna keep this youngster on hold for later. He wants to go for the kill. He will continue on to his 8th over. He's had a great night today. Ibrahim Masood, can he get another couple? Can he get another one more? That could perhaps tap into the tail of the CSS group. Oh, beautifully bowled. That was an absolute ripper. And what a way to welcome Ahmed Khawaja into the combox. Ahmed.
Good evening, Atiq Nizam. Yes, this man has been outstanding. Big match player. What a performance to produce in the big semi-final. Oh, missed out on that occasion, Danish. That was a bit of a drag down on leg stump. But he's that kind of bowler. He creates so much pressure on you that even the bad delivery is difficult to put away.
Yeah, well, that was a hit me delivery, wasn't it? No fielders behind square on the leg side. A little bit of bat would have certainly got a boundary. Sometimes at a batter, you can certainly be quite devastating when you miss out on an easy free hit, especially when you've been bamboozled by some quality spin bowling. Well, he goes through the covers, but very well fielded there. Ahmed Tariq throwing himself around, keeping it tight. It's been a very good over so far.
Once again, building that dot ball pressure on the opposition. Just finishing within the tram lines. Fabulous googly. 161 for 5. Nabil Aziz into his penultimate over. Very tight spell. He's allowed all the other 7 districts bowlers to bowl around him. Unbelievable economy rate of just 2. But CSS still have an opportunity to get a sizable score. Maybe not 300. But they can't back themselves to get another 100 runs in the remaining 12.4 overs. Something for the bowlers to work with in the second innings. Danish Sarhadi has been at the crease for a fair while now. 27 deliveries. It's high time he got going. Just drifting down leg. Couldn't connect on that fine sweep. But there is no man at fine leg at all. And they have scurried through for 3. In fact, it's given as runs. So there might have been a bottom edge on that one. Rojit will certainly hold the key. Clean striker of the ball. Very calm, mature head on his shoulders. 49th edition of this prestigious tournament, that is the 7 districts presents the Bukhatir League 50 over tournament. A lot of history. Associated with this tournament. Oh, there's a misfield. And that will cost them plenty. In fact, it will cost them 4.
That was not required. It was just a simple push to long on. And took his eyes off the ball at the wrong moment there. Good looking shot, but there was nothing fanciful to it. And didn't get a bad bounce, just didn't bend down enough. Poor effort. .170 for 5. So 12 overs to go in the batting effort. Partnership up to 21 runs. Mid off in the circle. Not going to be easy. Taking a quick single to Syed Haider Wasi Shah. Ibrahim Masood has been spectacular today. Beautifully bowled again. His immaculate control is what sets him apart from other wrist spinners in the UAE. It's very, very rare to see him bowl a bad ball. Whether it be a 2-over spell or 4 or 10. Look at that. Absolutely spot on with his length and line. And he can get it to turn on any sort of surface. Quick in the air as well. Doesn't bowl it too slow. So difficult to use your feet. He's beaten him 3 times on the trot. This is outstanding stuff. And fair play to Farman Ali. He's managed Ibrahim Masood's 10 valuable overs quite smartly. Used him in the right phases of the game. And hence CSS are struggling for momentum in their batting effort. Current run rate of just 4.4. Will only get them to 230 odd. That's not enough. Well, we could be on the verge of a maiden here. In fact, it is a maiden. Superb over from Masood. No, not just yet. Getting carried away there. What a prospect he is for the UAE. I'd be really interested to see how long it takes him to qualify. They will scamper for a quick leg by. And extras to boot. So 2 desperate runs coming in for CSS. 172 for 5. Final over for Nabil Aziz. Sharp running between the wickets. But where are the boundaries, Atiq Nizam? It's that stage of the game. Well, it's dried up, hasn't it? Just like the country we live in, with hardly any water around. That's been the status of the boundaries in between here. But I think it's just about the fact in which these two batters, Ahmed, have decided that they just want to see out Nabil Aziz and Ibrahim Masood and maybe start going hard at it after their allotted overs are over. So it's going to be very interesting come the 40th.
Yeah, you make a fair point. Well, if you want to see water, there's the Sharjah Cornish, just about a 15-minute drive. Yeah, I guess that seems to be the plan. Let's just not offer any more wickets to Masood or let Nabil Aziz get away with his spell and then go hard in the final 10. Won't be easy. Mohammad Irfan Yusufzai, Lahiru are intelligent bowlers. There could be a chance to pick up some quick wickets. Well, 16 of 37. It's not happening for Sarhadi.
Well, it's been tough going, hasn't it? But also you've got to understand the fact that he's coming to bat at a very tough period of play here for the CSS group. Last ball of Nabil Aziz's spell. He's been swept towards that mid-wicket region. They'll get a couple of runs. And his spell finally comes to an end. Well, very unlucky not to get a wicket under his column. But nevertheless, he's been quite economical. Just above 3 runs and over of his 10 overs. He's been outstanding. Supported Masood very well on the other end. 40 done. 177 for 5 as we walk in now to the last 10 overs of the innings.
So into the final 10 we go. 5 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard ring. So yet more cushion for the 7 districts bowlers. Immediately goes hard, but in front of the long on. So the intentions are crystal clear from Rojit Ganesh.
Well, I think 5 more deliveries. They've got to treat this young man with some respect. Just try and get some singles. Just go hard at it from the next over. But now they've got to make sure that they don't lose wicket here. It's very crucial. They've got 2 set batters in. Come the death overs. The last 9 overs, if they can perhaps go at 8 runs and over, they can get close to that 240 mark and give their bowlers something to bowl at. They cannot afford to get bowled out for maybe 210, 220 at this stage. Nicely played there by Danish, getting to the pitch of the ball. Well, 179 now, Ahmed. After this, what do you think? What are your predictions? Where do you think that the CSS group will end up?
Well, certainly like you mentioned, 240, 250 seems to be the best case scenario. Attempted reverse, but it was the googly. Sharp single taken. Farman Ali spare a thought for him. Keeping 50 overs in this sweltering heat. He's done a really good job and leading the side as well. You know, wicketkeeper captains, the likes of Moin Khan, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, Kumar Sangakkara did it for a spell as well, especially in the white ball formats for Sri Lanka. Very difficult job. A.B. de Villiers had to give up the gloves eventually. Oh, that's a full toss. But even that has not been maximized. That's the kind of pressure Masood puts on you.
Well, it's not easy. especially when you are in two minds. Okay, I've got to respect him, and then you see a freebie being flighted up, your eyes light up. Sometimes that mindset you're in, you'll not be able to connect more often than not. But he's been fantastic, hasn't he? Ibrahim Masood, he's been the game changer today for the 7 districts, coming into bowl after the 15th over, which I believe was a bit too late. But nevertheless, he's just been fantastic and on point. Last ball of his spell. And, a much needed boundary here for the CSS group. Slightly wide this time. And Rojit Ganesh picks it and gets a boundary. Ibrahim Masood, his spell comes to an end. 3 for 37 of his 10 overs. Well, it's been a brilliant one tonight for him. 41 done, 185 for 5. Well, it's now or never now for the CSS group. Irfan comes into the attack. He's been bowled quite well. None for 26. But mind you, we are in the third power play with 5 fielders on the boundary ropes. So they've got some extra bit of protection. The bowling team. It's going to be that much harder. But for the CSS group, you've got 2 set batters, both on 21 apiece. And Rojit Ganesh, as we've mentioned, he's going to be the crucial cog in the wheel here for the CSS group.
Yeah, he'll need to play a blinder here. Mohammad Irfan not express pace. Oh, trying to flash that away behind point. A bit of extra kick off the surface. Could have easily been an outside edge. Did catch him by surprise. But he certainly holds the key because he has that 6 hitting ability. They do have Haider Razak and Jehan Chaturanga, who can bat as well. Plenty of buffer, like you mentioned, in the final 10 overs. So Irfan needs to be smart here. Don't get carried away. Just bowl to your field.
Well, the right way to approach this, mind you, with only 5 wickets remaining, is maybe in the next 3 to 4 overs, before you go hard at it at every single ball, perhaps I believe is maybe try and target one delivery and over to get a boundary, and then try rotating the strike, where you'll automatically get around 8, 9, 10 runs and over that way. They've got to play smart. Well, this was once again climbed up on the batter. They get another couple of runs. Looking for a third there. $189. Well, Irfan's got to be very careful at this stage. This is where when the batters target to hit some biggies, you just got to make sure that you hit those lines and lengths to perfection. Well, slower bouncer falls just short of that fielder in the deep. Good delivery there by Irfan.
Yeah, Danish looking to open up here, but they've got all the angles covered. It's been a busy partnership, 41 runs. But now they really need to make it count. Well, the problem is, Atik, you mentioned waiting even more, but how long can they delay it really? Once again, not quite out of the middle. And a tidy over from Irfan. 191 for 5. Well, a very interesting move made here. It's going to be off spin coming in to bowl, Tarindu Pereira. And looks like it's going to be Lahiru, pardon me. Lahiru Sundarwan. So the two new ball bowlers are back into the attack. And in the com box alongside me, Rizwanur Rahman. Good evening. Oh, this is big. This will clear. Fantastic strike from Rojit Ganesh.
Well, he's breaking loose now, Rojit Ganesh. Thank you very much, Ahmed. In the slot that's been hammered. And what a connection, Rojit Ganesh getting right of the meat of the bat. And Tarindu Pereira, I think it's Lahiru Sundarwan, I beg your pardon, offering that delivery in the slot and cashing on that opportunity is Rojit Ganesh. Brilliant hit, a mighty one from Lahiru, from Rojit Ganesh. Much better line. The call is for 2, but they settle in for 1.
Yeah, that early maximum in the over. That's the ideal start. That means that the bowler is playing catch up. You won't be in the same frame of mind. Can they make this that 12-15 run over? To get the momentum towards them. 250, 260. That seems to be the projected score line. Oh, he's punched it up and over extra. And it will clear again. Remarkable shot from Danish Sarhadi.
That was a brilliant hit from Danish Sarhadi. Half track of it width on offer. Well, he's carved that to perfection. Brilliant hit. And both the batters now trying to find the maximums, and they're getting it quite comfortably. Lahiru under pressure. Changer from Lahiru. The call is for 2, but they just settle in for 1. But this has been an expensive over so far. 2 maximums and 2 singles already taken. 205 on board. Another 60-70 odd runs will get them to a decent total, Ahmed.
Yeah, it would be decent, but it would not be match winning, I dare say. But you never know in a knockout game. You can sometimes subtract 10-15 runs from what is usually a winnable score. The call is for 2. They will push and make it quite easily. Well, they do have a lot of spin options in their side, 7 districts. But are they brave enough to take off the seamers at this stage?
Yeah, that's a question, a tough one. Well, it's those decisions that you've got to take, but I would still bank on them. With the likes of Irfan can be utilized, Irfan Yusufzai towards the death overs, but probably get in. Nabil Aziz, he's still got a few overs left. I think he's done with his spell. Tarindu maybe could be an option. Aftab hasn't bowled yet, so it'll be interesting to see what will be the game plan from Farman Ali.
Yeah, you also have Wahab Hassan, who can be useful. A good over coming in for CSS. Exactly what they needed. They've taken 17 off it in the end. 208 for 5. Seven overs to go here for CSS to get a sizable score. Good start for Yusufzai, right in the block hole. And like you mentioned, he is a death over specialist because of those deliveries.
Right on the money. Does that quite often, especially towards the death. Quite impressive with the numbers as well. Just given away 30 runs, just a wicket. It'll be interesting to pick up a couple of them more towards the end of the innings. Danish has been impressive, 31 of 45 for him. The call is for 2 and they'll get it quite comfortably.
Yeah, he's just slight of build, Danish Sarhadi, but he packs a punch. We saw that unbelievable shot in the previous over where he stood tall and punched it over extra for 6. So he certainly does have the big hitting capability. Partnership up to 62 now. It's been a crucial one for CSS to get back in the game. Length will travel. One bounce mid-off in the circle.
Easy pickings with pace on offer for Danish Sarhadi. The fielder was inside the circle at mid-off and he clears that quite comfortably. Another boundary added to the tally for Team CSS Group. And this time it is Danish Sarhadi. He's certainly breaking loose now. Both the batters, yeah, good connection. Everything right about that shot. Waited for it and one bounce into the fence.
No, that's not a good delivery and not a good field setup really. Typical fast bowler's response. When you're looking to bowl full, what is the point of having mid-off in the circle? You can easily bring that deep third in and have a long off and a long on. So that is one tweak I would make. Otherwise, it's not a bad field setup for Yusuf Zai.
Well, absolutely. That's where we always say you've got to bowl to your field. He still has that long leg in place, so watch out for those quicker bumpers from Irfan Yusuf Zai. It's a valid point. Deep third with not much of pace being generated, you can afford to have him inside the 30-yard circle. Misfield, but Masood does well. Just a single on that occasion. A decent partnership in construction for Team CSS Group. You were there in the last season, right, Ahmed, calling out the games at the Bukhatir League. They were the runners-up, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, missed out to Colada Chocolates, who got shockingly knocked out in the group stage itself. Trying to force the issue. The call is for 2, but they'll settle for a single. So 4 overs completed, 217 for 5. And time to show you a very special video brought to you by our title sponsors, 7 Districts. Well, they're doing some fantastic work in the UAE, the 7 Districts cricket franchise. Of course, they've got their academy that is taking part in this 49th Bukhatir League and could be on the verge of a spot in the final. Irfan punched out to deep cover. They will push for 2, not quite. Aftab Javed has a rocket arm. And full credit to Mr. Mohammed Haider, the CEO of 7 Districts. He has put his money where his mouth is, so to speak. Invested very heavily in the UAE. He's got 2 cricket teams running, a full franchise setup, coaching setup, academy setup. Oh, that has been whacked over mid-wicket. Another beautiful clean strike from Sarhadi.
As easy as you like, half tracker, short pitch delivery, pounced on it, and getting the connection right yet again is Danish Sarhadi. Beautiful hit. And Mohammad Irfan will feel the pressure now, especially in the death overs. And as you rightly mentioned, talking about the 7 Districts Cricket Academy, quite a brilliant setup in the heart of Ajman. Yeah, easy pickings. Slow one from Mohammad Irfan, but well read by Danish Sarhadi. Straight down the ground. Will be cut off. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, Sarhadi was 16 of 37 at one stage. So since then he's really turned it on. Going at 200 strike rate almost. Very valuable innings in the overall context of the game. And certainly in the final 5 overs, if he gets to face the lion's share of the strike, he could perhaps take them to 270, 275. That can always be a tricky run chase in a big knockout game. Pace on that time. Rojit, it was in the slot. I think he'll be disappointed with that one.
Yeah, a bit quicker on that occasion from Mohammad Irfan. Beaten for pace. Just could not get the connection right. You're talking about the 7 Districts. We could not continue our conversation. They're brilliant 2 teams. They work really hard behind the scenes. They've got state-of-art facilities, 2 good grounds as well, and as well they have a proper practice setup where we can witness some international stars quite often practicing at the venue. A complete setup, and a lot of players have actually represented at franchise level cricket as well, coming from 7 districts. Talking about Sagir Khan, Afridi, Haider Ali, quite a few prospects, and I must say the setup has given a lot of opportunities for the youngsters. 37 of 33 for Rajit, Danish 46 of 52. Another one beaten for pace. He's mixing it up really well, Mohammad Irfan. That will bring us to the end of the over number 45. CSS are 228 for 5. Yusuf Zai will continue from the Bukhatir end. In the slot, Rajit would be really upset with that. He's missed out a good opportunity there that could have easily traveled towards that extra cover region. But then after the departure of Safir Tariq, they've built in a very good partnership here. Both these batters, 70 runs is what they've contributed so far. Danish Sarhadi leading that partnership with 46 of 52, inching closer towards his personal milestone of half century. Shuffles, but straight to the fielder Ibrahim Masood. The ground fielding has been spectacular. They've done everything right, and especially if it's a low scoring game in a semi-final, it could be deceptive. Farman Ali, Haider Wasisha, Aftab, Lahiru, they all can bat. Haider Wasisha, a lot would rely on him as well, especially operating as a middle order batter.
Oh, certainly should be a very exciting run chase indeed. Crack towards deep point. That is an unbelievable strike. Straight towards Muhammad Nabi. Unbelievable shot from Rojit Ganesh.
Well, he's got his eyes set in, and it was in his slot. And is cashed on that opportunity provided. Beautiful, elegant, and close towards Muhammad Nabi, the president. He was ball watching there. Full toss. Missed out on an opportunity. Probably a ramp shot would have made the difference on that occasion. But they've got those desired results. 7 runs already of the over. 2 dot deliveries initially to begin with. It has been a decent over. 235 on board. And now it is at the onus of Danish Sarhadi. Irfan Yusuf Zai. Slightly a bit expensive. Oh, he finds the gap. Nabil Aziz, is it? And will get the boundary. And that's his half century. A well-deserved half century for Danish Sarhadi.
Well, what a fabulous knock by this youngster. Look at that flick of the wrist. Fine leg in the circle. Square leg in as well. Smart manipulation of the field. And Nabil Aziz had absolutely no chance. Wonderful knock. And I'm sure he has one of his heroes, Mohammad Nabi, watching from deep point. What a proud moment for this youngster. Exciting player. And he's played a gem of an innings here. He's threatening to take the game away from SDCA. Partnership up to 90 runs. So what a stirring fight back. Irfan Yusufzai is feeling the heat coming from the willows of CSS. He goes hard. And couple of bounces once more. Expensive over. And CSS are roaring. 243 for 5. Attempted bouncer. Mid off in the circle. Once again, the field setup paying the price for 7 districts. Good over coming in.
.243 for 5. In comes Mohammad Irfan. 45 for Rojit. Straight down the ground yet again. The field placement will fetch them another boundary. Rojit Ganesh knew where the field was placed. And straight down the ground he finds the fence yet again. This has been a brilliant partnership from both the batters. Half tracker and comfortably placed towards the long on region. They're growing in confidence, both the batters, Rojit Ganesh and Danish Sarhadi. 49 of 39 for Rojit and 54 of 54 for Danish Sarhadi. 80-run partnership. Slow one. Clever from Mohammad Irfan. The call is for 2, but they settle in for 1. And Rojit Ganesh picks up his half century as well. This is brilliant from the ex-captain of the CSS group. Quite impressive with the bat, rising to the occasion in a much needed semi-final. Quite hot and humid conditions. To stay out there and survive in itself is a task, and they've done well. Oh, trying to manipulate that towards the deep third. The changes yet again working in favor of the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. That's been the name of the game. More often than not, Mohammad Irfan tends to get those variations to the table.
Yeah, it's backfired big time in the last couple of overs. Now 7 districts look under the pump here. 100-run partnership raised as well. Punched hard, but there is a long off in position. So looks like we're going to have a cracker of a semi-final here. It's a below par score really, unless they go really hard in the last 3 overs. But they've got enough on the board here, Rizwan.
Well, they certainly have. And a lot would rely upon the top batters. it's a decent wicket to bat on. Probably the dew factor will also come in play. I mean, the kind of setup they have, they should be in a position to chase it down. Wow, in the slot, it's skied up in the air and it has sailed over the boundary ropes for a maximum. He waited for that millisecond, Ahmed, and he's got that connection right yet again.
Fabulous shot once more from Sarhadi. Slower ball, he just waited that extra split second like you mentioned. And it just about carried over wideish long on. Yep. Wonderful effort by Lahuru. Just wasn't tall enough. And Shami maybe gives us the confirmation. What a stunning partnership. What a stunning turnaround from CSS. They looked down and out. They were only going at about 4.5 runs per over for the majority of that overs 11 to 40 phase. But now they've really turned it around. Current run rate of 5.5. So we're looking at that 275, 280 score. And that will certainly be challenging. They have the better fast bowlers as well, with the likes of Jihan Chaturanga, Haider Razak. Watch out for him. So they will certainly extract a lot more from this pitch. Good Yorker, good comeback. But we needed to see that earlier in the over.
47 gone, 256 for 5.
Well, there you can see it was an excellent opening stand between Abhiram Ritwik and Ranjit Mani. But then Ibrahim Masood, fabulous bowling, 3 wickets to his name, turned the game around. And since then, it's been this 107 run partnership for the 6th wicket that has brought CSS back into the competition. Wahab Hassan being brought back into the attack. So clearly the seamers travelled for plenty, and hence Farman Ali has had to turn to plan B here, Rizwan.
Well, I think it's the inexperience. Look at those numbers. Just given away those 12 runs in his 3 overs. Should have brought back into the attack long back, I must say. In the death overs, not easy for the spinners, as you will have the batters going after you. And Rajat Ganesh is quite strong. Farman, well, they find the fence yet again. Not happy with this field setup is Wahab. And Ahmed Tariq just could not chase that down. It was travelling at the speed of light.
Yeah, there was no deep cover. There was a deep extra. And he bowled full. And that fabulous square drive coming in from Rojit. And you're absolutely spot on. He should have been introduced into the attack after Ibrahim and Danish Aziz completed the spell. But instead he went to the seamers, who got taken for a ride. Off the pad, clearly hitting outside leg. There will be runs here once more. But now he's purely in damage control mode. At that stage of the innings, he could have still tried to create some pressure.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's the young captain, Farman Ali, will definitely learn from his mistakes. Probably one of the senior statesmen should have had a word with him. As of now, what matters the most, can Wahab contain the runs? He doesn't need to go after the wickets, as long as he can keep it simple. In the slot, this is exactly what I was talking about. Oh, you can't afford to bowl that to a well set batter. Easy pickings for Danish Sarhadi.
Well, spin bowling at the death is always going to travel. Floaty delivery in the slot. And Sarhadi said, thank you very much. I'll take a big chunk of that one. Looking for that ramp over the keeper. It was the quicker one. Not a bad idea. Just couldn't get bat on it. So CSS are really streaking forward in this game now. And he'll do him in with the stumping. Quicker one. Just ran past it. And Farman Ali did the rest. But what a fabulous knock from this young lad, Danish Sarhadi, with a fighting 50 for the cause.
Well, he's done well. Absolutely magnificent performance from Danish Sarhadi. He came when the wickets were down. He took that responsibility. Initially, took a bit of time, assessed the conditions, and he's done exceptionally well. Beaten for pace, a quicker one from Wahab Hassan, and Farman Ali does well to clean him up. Sarhadi departs after a 67, and CSS Group lose their sixth, 267 for 6.
Hard hitting all-rounder Haider Razak coming in at number 8. He certainly does pack a punch. I love the combination of red and blue shirt, dark pants and yellow pads. And that's what he's going to do. He's going to slog, and he's going to slog hard. So in the end, Wahab got a wicket, but it cost him quite a few. 268 for 6. So Irfan to bowl the penultimate over. Can he execute? Time is running out. It's been hit hard, hit high, and dropped at long leg. Was a pretty straightforward catch, grasped by the youngster there. Well, that just shows that they're under pressure. Genuine top edge. It was a easy catch. And just snatched at the ball, closed his hands early. So it'll cost them 2. And Haider Razak is that kind of player who can score 15-18 very quickly and can make you pay. Oh, it's gone off the pad. Was just drifting down leg. He'll be cross that he missed out on that occasion. 10 legal deliveries remaining. Can they get another 20 here, Rizwan?
Well, they certainly have the capability to do so. Talk about the face play. Initially, it totally belonged to the CSS Group. 7 districts did really well to come back in the game. And after the departure of Safir Tariq and Krishna Karate, Rojit and Danish Sarhadi did exceptionally well. And as we speak, Haider connects and straight into the hands of the fielder, Tarendu Pereira. Just did not travel over the boundary fence. Another one bites the dust for team CSS Group.
Change of pace on that occasion, targeting the bigger boundary towards cow corner. And a good running catch taken by Pereira. So Haider Razak, short and sweet innings. Couldn't create a big impact, gone for 3. It's 270 for 7. Shubham Singh Sisodia, Triple S, coming in at number 9. Not a lot of time for him to get his eye in. We just need to swing big from ball 1. CSS will want to finish well here in the final 9 deliveries of the first innings. Get up to 285, 290. Then the game will well and truly be on. Smart batting, drop and run. Feed the strike to the ex-captain.
Well, absolutely, that's the right approach. When you have Rojit at the non-strikers who can hit really big, you're absolutely right. I'm at 280, 285 will be a decent score. And as you rightly mentioned, they have very good bowling lineup. Haider Razak, Jihan Chaturanga, Nipun Babu. Rojit also can roll his arm. So we are in for a cracker of a contest. Beautiful delivery, right on the money. Executing those Yorker is quite impressive from Mohammad Irfan.
Well, it really doesn't get any better than that. Right at the base of midland leg. Perfectly executed. Not easy to bowl in the first power play, then in the slog overs. He's taken the responsibility. Hasn't gone quite his way in the last 3-4 overs. But I'm sure he'd make up with that with the bat in hand. What a terrific option to have as opener. Dashing left-hander Mohammad Irfan. Slower delivery. Back of the hander. And they'll settle for a single. So final over coming up. 272 on board for CSS. So Wahab Hassan to bowl the final 6. Interesting that Farman Ali has gone back to him for the final over of the game, of the innings rather. Slammed hard and straight to the fielder. Good catch taken by Lahiru. And Rojit Ganesh departs after a fighting half century. Well played.
The plan was simple, dart in those quicker ones, yet again doing that arm delivery, and a very good catch in the end taken by Lahiru. And Rojit Ganesh will have to walk back. CSS lose their 8th wicket. Rojit does his part, 272 for 8. Wicket of the first delivery. Nipun Babu comes out to the centre. Can he smack a few? He does pack a punch. But it's up against Wahab. Oh, beautiful delivery. Did it miss that stump? Well. I thought for a second he's knocked him out.
Well, my question is, how did that miss the stumps? My goodness. That was literally millimeters away. Lucky escape for Nipun. One left arm spinner against the other. Cannot play across the line. That is the mistake you cannot make. A dot delivery again. So Wahab Hassan has bowled smartly in this final over.
Yeah, absolutely done well so far. Has got a finish off well. Beautiful delivery within the tram line. Brilliant stuff from Wahab. He's been given that responsibility to bowl the death over and has executed every bit of it extremely well.
Oh, it's another dot ball. These are crucial deliveries in the overall context of the innings. So they're not going to have that big flurry at the end they were looking for. They won't get up to 280 barring extras. In fact, it's a wicket maiden from Wahab Hassan. So 272 exactly is what CSS group will conclude on. Is that going to be enough, or is it just a par score at best? Fantastic partnership between Danish Sarhadi and Rojit Ganesh has given them a score to defend. And there you can see it was a strong opening stand provided by Abhiram and Ranjit Mani, both not getting 50, but they did set the platform. Then they lost their way. Albin got run out tragically. Krishna Karate with a laboured 15. Safir Tariq couldn't quite get going as well. It was Ibrahim Masood who was dominating the game, the young leg spinner. But then in came Danish Sarhadi and Rojit Ganesh with that 100-run partnership that took them to a score of 270 plus. Well, in terms of the bowling, Ibrahim Masood was clearly the standout, 3 for 37. Wahab Hassan doing well in the end, 2 for 23. 1 wicket apiece for Irfan Yusufzai and Mohammad Irfan as well. It was that 88-run opening stand. Then there was a bit of a collapse and then a recovery brought through by Danish Sarhadi and Rojit Ganesh. So 273 is the target for 7 Districts Cricket Academy to progress to the final of the 49th Bukhatir League. We'll be back in just about 25 or 30 minutes time for the run chase. Stay tuned.
इस पे आ रहा है, चेंज करना है।
Hello, hello, hello.
Welcome back, cricket lovers. 49th Bukhatir League 2025 powered by 7 districts. Winning the toss, opting to bowl first. 7 districts. They've managed to restrict Team CSS Group for 272 runs for the loss of 8 wickets. Looking at the batting card, Abhiram and Ranjit Mani provided that much needed foundation. They managed to score 82 for no loss, but then wickets started falling at regular intervals. And the pick of the bowlers here, Nabil Aziz, none for 31. Brilliant economy. 1 for Irfan, 1 for Irfan Yusufzai as well. 3 for Ibrahim Masood. He was the pick of the bowlers. Wahab managed to pick up a couple of wickets as well. Safir Tariq contributed 28. Danish Saradi with 67 towards the end alongside Rojit Ganesh. 56 of 46 for him. And they managed to score 272 in their allotted 50 overs. It's time for the run chase, and to open the batting proceedings it will be the youngsters Zainullah and Ahmed Tariq who will be opening the innings for Team 7 Districts Cricket Academy, and for CSS Group it will be Haider Rasak, the in-form bowler. Has done extremely well in the recently concluded D series. So this will be a test of time for Zain. He's been really good off late, has been accumulating runs quite comfortably. However, this is a longer format. Looking at the field, he's got long leg and deep third outside the 30-yard circle for Haider Razak. Umpire says play. Ball number 1. Starts off well, right on the money. Good connection from the bat by Zainullah. He's looked good. He's scored 8,790 runs in the UAE domestic circuit with an average of 25.11. And on the non-strikers and Ahmed Tariq, he's amassed 13,000 runs. Brilliant opening pair. They complement each other really well. Using the pace on offer, bisecting those fielders at the backward point and the point region, and they get a couple of runs quite comfortably. Couple of runs to begin with, and to join us in the com box is Atiq Nizam. Atiq Nizam, welcome back.
Well, good evening to all our viewers. Thank you very much once again, Rizwan. Always a pleasure sharing the com box here with you as we build up to the second half of this 7 districts presence, the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League 2025. And what a brilliant recovery we witnessed from the CSS group, scoring 272 in their allotted 20 overs thanks to some magnificent batting performance there, right there towards the end by Danish and Rojit. Made sure that they've got a competitive score and given their bowlers something to bowl at. Now this second half certainly promises to be full of action and a lot of masala. Well, 2 for no loss here, Rizwan. Zainullah and Ahmed Tariq, like you said, a lot of runs behind them in the domestic circuit in UAE, and it's going to be very crucial that these two get a good start for their team.
But they certainly pack a punch, Atiq. Quite impressive in the longer format of the game. Ahmed Tariq loves to play in this format. I must say it's tailor-made for these occasions and a perfect opportunity for them to come out and showcase their talent and prowess. And as a youngster, when you take that responsibility, it's a treat to watch. We've seen at the under 16 level the UAE winning the West Zone Championship in Qatar. Leading the pack was Ayan Misbah. He did well as well. So it's good to see the youngsters rising up to the occasion. Half tracker, he let that go. First over gone, 2 for none.
Two for no loss. As it's going to be Muhammad Umar who's going to be opening the attack from the academy end. Tall, lanky, fast bowler Umar can hit the deck hard. Ahmed Tariq to take first strike. Oh, beautifully played. Well, that's not gonna be as neater than that one. As easy as it comes. First ball down the leg side. All he had to get was a bit of wood, and that ball sped to the boundary. First boundary up for the 7 districts.
What a way to start the innings. Flick of the wrist and gets it in style. Elegance personified. Ahmed Tariq, youngster, and he'll be pretty happy with the way he's started off his innings. Nicely bowled, equally well played by Ahmed Tariq. Well, what matters the most at the moment, I think it's the power play. They need to get those runs in the power play. As long as they stay out there without losing the wicket, get close to about 70 odd runs, they are very much in this game. For CSS group, they need to find a way to create some turbulence at the top of the order in the power play.
Well, absolutely. The first 10 overs are going to be crucial. They cannot afford to lose more than a wicket inside this period. Oh, that was glorious. But brilliant effort there by the fielder at extra covers. Certainly saved 3 runs for his team. But spare a thought for Ahmed Tariq. I think that shot certainly deserved a boundary.
Oh, certainly. I thought for a second that was certainly travelling towards the boundary fence. The free flow of bat, high bat lift. He's definitely one prospect who will be, I have a gut feeling he will certainly represent at the highest level for the UAE, Ahmed Tariq. Doesn't get bogged down with the score pressure. He's always contributed significantly with the bat and in the field. Good delivery from Umar. After that boundary initially, he's managed to come back well. And it's a perfect opportunity, I must say, Atiq, for the youngsters, to take that responsibility, cement their position in the team. Yes, they've been associated with this team for a very long time. But you know what? Raise your hand, take that responsibility. Here I am. I'm going to perform today. Much needed win in a crucial knockout game. And why not?
Well, you can score all the runs you want, but especially when you make sure that your innings... Oh, has that got an edge? That's got an edge. That's a huge wicket under the circumstances. Zainullah has to walk back to the dugout. An elementary mistake playing away from the body. Gets an edge. And the wicket keeper makes absolutely no mistake. 7 districts lose a wicket early on. Huge moment in the game.
Why, certainly is everything right about that delivery. He was hitting the deck really hard at the perfect length, and Zainullah had no response to that. And in the end, Zainullah will have to depart after scoring just a couple of runs, and CSS group pick up their first wicket, 7 for 1.
Mohammad Irfan walks into bat at number 3. Muhammad Umar striking early. Huge moment in the game this. Let's have a look at the replay again. Oh, feet going absolutely nowhere. Just feeling for the ball. Not the best of starts here for the 7 districts. Last ball of the over coming up. Oh, getting an inside edge. Beautiful delivery there by Umar. Single to end the over. A successful over for Mohammad Umar. 1 for 6 of his first over. It's 8 for 1. So Haider Razak will continue. Bowled a very good first over, just gave away 2 runs, kept it nice and tight. But this man, Muhammad Irfan, when he gets going, I'll tell you, there is no ground that can be too small for this man. He's a terrific hitter of the cricket ball. He can certainly back a punch, this man. Left hand, right hand combination on. Oh, trying to feel for it once again. Mohammad Irfan taking the bat away at the very last moment. 8 for 1 here so far. Well, I've also here been joined in the com box with Mr. Ahmed Khawaja. Ahmed, what are your thoughts on the game?
Good evening, Atiq. Well, fascinating run chase in progress because of that early wicket. Haider Razak is an outstanding prospect, right arm seamer. Gets that extra kick off the surface. And he's bowling great areas. I still remember his player of the match performance in the last Emirates D50 for Team Abu Dhabi. His 3-wicket spell broke the back of the opposition. So he is certainly tailor-made for the 50 over format. He's got all the right goods, balanced run-up, high arm action, good pace, can swing the ball, can hit those block hole Yorkers, hit the seam. Well, that was on the pads and Irfan couldn't quite maximize it. But that's the value of extra pace that Haider Razak brings to the table.
Well, Haider Razak very lucky there. Mohammad Irfan usually feasts on anything around his pads. He's very strong on the leg side. Certainly dodged a bullet there on that occasion, Haider Razak. Well, Ahmed Tariq, he's got a job to do. Different style of batters out there. Ahmed Tariq, more technically sound, likes to play the long innings. Beautiful shot once again, straight to mid-off. An opportunity at direct, it would have been interesting. Well, they need some direct hits to go their way, isn't it? Especially when you're going up against a team like the 7 districts. I'd say still this target is just about par, isn't it?
Yeah, I completely agree there. They'll need to bowl well. They'll need to hold their catches. They'll need to create an opportunity in the field. 7 districts have plenty of depth and quality in their batting lineup. And this power play session of 10 overs will be very crucial. Can they pick up 2 or 3 and really put them on the back foot? Excellent line and length from Haider. Right on the money. On that off-stump channel. Mohammad Irfan, he likes to play that pick-up shot towards square leg, long leg. equally proficient through the offside, but his go-to shot is when he goes up and over square. But he's being tied down very nicely here by Haider Razak. Solid in defense. Another outstanding over. 3 overs up, 10 for 1. Mohammad Umar to continue. Oh, flashed. There was that gully fielder in position. It dropped in front of him. And everybody running helter-skelter. The batters and the umpires all in the firing line.
Very close, wasn't it, the fielder? Very good line and length here. Umar seems to be in his zone. Apart from that first ball he bowled down the leg side, he's been very much on point.
Yeah, very impressive. I first saw him in the recently concluded Emirates D10 that was played right here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. He was representing Emirates Blues. And he certainly has improved leaps and bounds. Bends his back, hits that back of length channel, and he's got lively pace for sure.
It's been a watchful start here by Irfan. How often have you seen his score read 1 run of 7 balls? The 7 districts present 49th edition of the Bukhatir League. Well, tonight we'll know one of the finalists. Who's it gonna be? Game very much in the balance. Trying to be quite adventurous there, trying to guide it down towards third man. A risky ploy with the slip in place. Irfan seems to have just struggled to get the scoreboard ticking. Just gotta try and knock it around, isn't it? This Sharjah pitch usually is known to reward you immensely once you manage to spend some time out there, and a lot of runs are certainly in for the taking. Oh, a huge heave there. Once again, great lines and lengths. Umar seems to be troubling the batter out there.
Yeah, not a good option taken by Irfan, but that is his release shot, going towards that onside. How accurately and consistently have they bowled at Irfan? He hasn't been able to open up on the offside at all. He's worried about that slip fielder as well. But can this consistent pressure pay off for CSS Group? Will there be an opportunity created and accepted? Right on the money. This is very, very good stuff from Umar. And CSS, we know they're a very good fielding side. So you expect any chances or catches created to be taken.
Well, you certainly have to take your chances. Catchers win matches, they say. You have to take even those half chance run outs. You'll want it to go your way when you're defending a pass score. A brilliant over. What an over here from Muhammad Umar once again. Another maiden. In fact, there was one run from the over. 4 overs done. 7 districts, 11 for 1.
Haider Razak. Well, interestingly, Atiq, it's almost 10 p.m. local time and doesn't seem like there is any dew about, or at least enough dew about to create some problems for the spin bowlers.
Well, I think with the temperatures that's souring right now, with the daytime heats hitting 40 degrees plus, and now you certainly have about a 10-degree difference between the night times. There's hardly any dew that you'll usually find at this time of the season. And unlike during winter days, it's very much like having a bucket of water sprayed around the ground. It's certainly going to be a good battle between bat and ball here. Two very good teams so far. CSS starting very well, bowling wicket to wicket, not giving any room for the batters to freeze arms. Excellent stuff.
Absolutely right. From ball one, they've been on their A game. 7 districts. That current run rate is just below 3 at the moment, if you can believe. That's not the right way to approach a run chase. Fair enough, it's not a big score you're chasing, but you haven't maximized the power play. Just seem to be concentrating on defense at the moment rather than looking to score runs, and that's not the right approach.
Well, I can understand your concern here, Ahmed, but in all honesty, I just feel that maybe the more time you spend out there in the middle, it'll give you a better chance of succeeding, because it is not that kind of a pitch where you can go straight away and start scoring runs. But these guys, they've played a lot of cricket to understand the conditions here. So far, it's been a very sedate start. But Haider Razak, just look at that, just below, just about 1 run and over. He's been very economical.
Oh, he's been outstanding. Yet to be rewarded with a wicket, but certainly looking very dangerous. It will be a maiden. Outstanding stuff from CSS. 11 for 1. Well, something has got to give here for either side. Can't just keep dead batting the ball. Here 7 districts, they need to look to be a bit more positive. Mohammad Irfan has been tied down very well so far. A good looking pull shot. was in complete control and will get his first boundary. Square leg in the circle. That was a long time coming indeed. Got in a great position and right towards the square leg umpire. Nicely put away. And that will just relax him at the crease.
Well, they'll breathe a sigh of relief. You certainly felt that Irfan was itching to get going. He's not somebody whom you can keep quiet for too long. Gets his first boundary of the 12th ball he faces. Oh, that's glorious. But look at that for an effort by the fielder in the deep. They're coming back for a second. Excellent running, but well, you got to certainly appreciate that effort put in by the fielder in the deep. Certainly saved 2 runs.
Danish Sarhadi there. Fantastic stuff. Wonderful square cut. And look at this effort. Brilliant. He went hands first. That was the key. Usually your instinct tells you just stick a boot out. He's like, no, I'll put the dive in, and certainly saved a couple of runs for the team. They're fighting tooth and nail at the moment. CSS group know they need to get rid of the top order early. Otherwise it could be one-way traffic in this game. Going for that attempted in-swinger that goes into the pad, but nicely read by Irfan. But a fascinating battle between bat and ball at the moment. Both sides playing high-quality cricket.
Well, befitting finale so far. 7 districts after losing that early wicket of Zainullah. These two have come together, steadied the ship. Just seen the turbulences away. Look at that for a forward defense. Right below the eye. Picture perfect from Mohammad Irfan.
Yeah, good luck getting through that. Playing the ball late, right under the eyes. But both fast bowlers for CSS have been impressive. Haider Razak and Mohammad Umar bowling good heat. Very consistent, very accurate. Not offering a lot of loose deliveries. Been cautious batting from 7 districts so far. That's what they need to do. Just keep the strike rotating. Don't get bogged down at one end, facing too many dot deliveries. Fair enough when the bowlers are on top. But just try to keep your partner engaged with you. Don't let it be a string of dot balls and a quiet over.
Well, couldn't have agreed more. Gotta keep trying, rotating the strike. Just keep knocking around. There's plenty of gaps available in the outfield. Last ball coming up off the 6th over. Just above 3 runs and over here, the 7 districts. Well, is that going to be a leg bite? Did he get any bat? And in fact, it has been given runs. No, in fact, it is being called a leg bite. A late call there by the umpire. 6 overs done and dusted. 7 districts, 19 for 1. Oh, that's a beautiful hit. Well, that was boundary from the moment it left the bat. And well, it is Ahmed Tariq with a magnificent back foot square drive. Look at that. Outstanding. Take a picture of that and keep it in your bedroom, Ahmed Tariq.
Well, that is certainly the shot of the day. Was just slightly offline. And that's all this young lad needed to cash in. Tremendous shot. He has such great balance. That is what really catches the eye when you see him the first time. Well, typical fast bowler's response. One for the over, but I think he got lucky to get away with that one.
Well, that did seem like touch and go. Well, the lights have taken full effect. We're getting close to midnight. In fact, 2 hours remaining in the day. And another boundary for Ahmed Tariq. Once again, it's a carbon copy of the previous shot. Beautiful batting.
Oh, this is glorious stuff. Once again, too much width. And he certainly seems to be in good working order, unlike Atiq Nizam's watch. Well, you can say it's midnight somewhere in the world, but certainly not here. Looking good now, the youngster. Run a ball 15, but he's already cracked 3 boundaries. And they're still persisting with that slip fielder. They may need to pull him out soon. Oh, inside edge. Was looking to repeat the dose. And that could have easily been chopped on to the stumps and been game over. Very fine margins in the Bukhatir League.
Well, they say cricket is a game of margins, isn't it? And angles. Ahmed Tariq, couple of boundaries in this over, has certainly propelled his score. Now he's at run ball 16 now. Well, don't mind too much about Mohammad Irfan striking it at 50. He can change that pretty fast as well. Oh, he goes hard. He goes over mid-off. It's 1 bounce into the boundary rope. Mohammad Irfan, here he is, making his announcement loud and clear.
Well, that is brilliant. Created his own length, stepping out of the crease. Nicely punched over wideish mid-off. 3 boundaries coming in the 7th over. And all of a sudden, that current run rate looks a lot better, doesn't it? And we'll leave that well alone. 32 for 1. Good over for 7 Districts Cricket Academy. Just breaking the shackles in the previous over were 7 Districts. Ahmed Tariq is looking good. Mohammad Irfan, he was 1 of 11 at one stage, so he's finally changed gears. But you do feel like the game is balanced right on a knife edge at the moment. One wicket here could make it interesting. If this partnership develops, could take the game away. But Ahmed Tariq, how impressive has this young man been so far?
Well, he's looked quite solid out there, hasn't he? He looks quite good. He needs to carry on for the 7 districts. 16 of 17 now, Ahmed Tariq. Partnership currently 25 between these two after that early wicket of Zainullah. Once again, some extra bounce there by Mohammad Umar. He's a tall fast bowler. Hits the deck hard, gets that bit of extra purchase off the surface. Making good use of his stature. He needs to carry on. If he can get a couple of balls to nip in. One thing that's what I've noticed sometimes is Ahmed Tariq, when the ball's just outside off stump, Ahmed, I feel that he's playing away from the body. Yes, he is a very technically correct batter, but I think there's a slight chink in his armour there that they can capitalize on.
Yeah, he just needs to be careful with that forcing shot off the back foot. There is still a slip in place. Oh, jumping out of his crease. Is there an edge? Not quite. But there you can see he was just looking a bit unsettled by that length from Umar. Trying to create something. Bit of seam movement as well. So Umar, you certainly need to be careful against him.
Yeah, well, the bounce is certainly what saved him there, I think. Ahmed Tariq has got to be quite wary of the fact that Umar does get a bit of extra bounce. Got to try and get to the pitch of the ball if you try to advance down. Oh, there's an opportunity! And now overthrows. Well, he had to take that, didn't he? There was a half chance. Had there been a direct hit, it would have been extremely interesting.
Oh, absolutely. It was a chance worth taking from Ranjit Mani at mid-off. Wasn't out of the middle. And let's take a look here. This picture will tell us the story. Clean pickup, hard throw. Oh, could have been close, but I think he would have made it. Was well within his rights. So it's a good tussle going on between a quality young fast bowler and a dashing young batter. Oh, outside edge and third will take the catch. Mohammad Umar gets his man.
Well, big wicket. This is a huge wicket. Ahmed Tariq, who's a crucial cog in the wheel here for the 7 Districts Cricket Academy, gets a leading edge. And the fielder at deep third makes absolutely no mistake whatsoever. So once again getting a start. And perishes Ahmed Tariq. He goes for 18 of 20 balls. 7 districts, 34 for 2. Well, let's have a look at the replay again. Getting that outside edge there. Huge wicket. Mohammad Umar, how well he's bowled. 2 for 16 of 3.5 overs. He's been fantastic today so far. Well, it's Aftab who's walked out to bat. The leading run scorer of the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League. Out at number 4. A brilliant bouncer to end the over. Welcome to the crease, says Mohammad Umar to Aftab. 8 overs done. It's 34 for 2. Well, 34 for 2. Haider will continue. 5 overs on the trot. Not easy for a fast bowler under these conditions. But these guys are absolute professionals. A lot of hard work being done in the gym. And the levels of fitness certainly speaks, and we certainly see all their hard work being displayed, the levels of fitness and their skill levels, how advanced they are. Good delivery there once again. Well, I've been joined here in the com box by Rizwan Rahman. Rizwan, welcome my friend. What are your thoughts on the game? And also I'd like to know about your thoughts about how the levels of fitness that these youngsters have.
Thank you, Atiq. 34 for 2. Talking about the game situation at the moment, that was absolutely not required by Ahmad Tariq, charging down the wicket outside edge, a top edge leading towards a deep third region. We were down the leg side. Excellent bit of keeping from Safir Tariq. Well, they don't have a mammoth score to chase down. You've got to be patient. You've got to be focused. And talking about Aftab, as you rightly mentioned, leading run scorer of the tournament, 300s for him so far. 369 runs in 4 innings with an average of 184.50, striking at about 127.68. The stats say it all. But today is a new day, completely new approach. The past is history. He's got to deliver yet again. The 2 wickets down, mind you. Another one now will create havoc in the top order of the 7 districts. Irfan's looking settled. Oh, that was a poor shot selection, I must say. That was absolutely not required. And just to answer your question with respect to the fitness levels under these circumstances, tough conditions, the temperature is about 40 to 42 degrees Celsius. You've got to be absolutely fit, and I can tell you, more often than not, most of the players that are playing at the Bukhatir League, they do have the dedicated time for the training sessions as well as for the gym. They do a lot of cardio just to make sure they stay fit, especially in the longer format of the game. Brilliantly pulled away. That is a shot of authority, and he's stamping his authority in style as Aftab.
Well, that's also a shot of a man in form, isn't it? Pulling that in front of square on the front foot. It's not going to get better than that. What a way to get off the mark, Aftab Javed. certainly would give him a world of confidence. And as you say, no matter how many runs you've scored, when you walk out to bat on a new day, you have to begin from the beginning. But look at that for a stroke. Goodness gracious. Beautiful square drive through the point region. Consecutive boundaries here by Aftab Javed to end the over.
As easy as you like, using the pace on offer and brilliantly placed towards the deep point region. Good over for Team 7 Districts Cricket Academy. 9 gone, 43 for 2. Brilliant outing for Umar so far. 16 runs is given away. He's picked up 2 crucial wickets. Zainullah and Ahmed Tariq. Ahmed Tariq, the pick of the wickets, I must say. A man who is in good nick. He's cranking up the pace here and using that pace on offer. Just guiding it towards the deep third is Mohammad Irfan. Well, what is crucial, Atiq, at this juncture of the game, Mohammad Irfan will have to hold the key. He's got to play that sheet anchor role, and Aftab can play the aggressor's role.
Well, he's striking them at 200, Aftab. Batting beautifully out there. Once again, that confidence of being the top run scorer in the tournament certainly do a world of difference. Well, he's found the gap. Once again, not trying to hit the ball too hard, Aftab Javed. Just relying on placement and timing. And the fielder at point had absolutely no chance whatsoever.
Well, magnificence personified. Look at those shots coming from the blade of Aftab. And it looks like he's batting there for ages now. We just arrived at the crease and look at the way he's scoring those runs at a decent strike rate. And he's taking that pressure off Mohammad Irfan. And this is exactly what you need, Atiq, especially in the longer format of the game. One can take that aggressor's role while Mohammad Irfan can play the second fiddle. Umar, under pressure, can he strike the chord right to get the big wicket of Aftab? Well, top edge, and it will sail over the boundary ropes. One bounce, in fact, in the fence, and he's in a hurry, Aftab.
Well, the top edge brings the 50 up here for the 7 Districts. Very nearly carrying it all the way. Just falls inside the line. Well, Aftab Javed, where he seems to be on a hurry. 16 runs of 6 balls. And well, they say when you're in form, they say fortune not only favors the brave, fortune also favors those in form. 52 for 2 now. Once again, beautifully places it down towards deep third for a single. Well, he's going to be crucial, isn't he, Aftab? He's going to be one of those. Later on towards his wake. Irfan now will need to, as Rizwan mentioned, play the sheet anchor role. He spent some time out there, 14 of 22. He's got to carry on and make it a big one.
Keep it just, yeah, you can just keep it there. Yes.
सर आपकी हेड ट्रे Well, I'm here on the sidelines of the iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium with a very special interview with the SNC coach and academy head of 7 districts, Mr. Mohammad Saqib Khan. Saqib bhai, first of all, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, thank you so much.
Sir, taking a look at the position of the match, 53 for 2, chasing 273. What do you think about the chances for your team?
यस हमारे प्लेयर्स जो है ना माशाल्लाह फॉर्म में है. अभी जो इरफान खेल रहे, साथ में आफ्ताब खेल रहे, जावेद अच्छा टैलेंट है और अच्छा खेल रहे. लास्ट 3 मैचेस में बैक टू बैक उन्होंने सेंचुरी भी लगाई है. साथ में इरफान ने 95 भी किया है लास्ट मैच में. तो सब कुछ अच्छा जा रहा है इंशाल्लाह. दोनों टीमें अच्छी हैं. CSS भी इस फॉर्मेट की बेस्ट टीम है और हमारी जो टीम है एकेडमी की टीम है, इसमें सारे यंगस्टर्स भी खेल रहे हैं, साथ में 1-2 सीनियर प्लेयर भी खेल रहे हैं. तो काफ़ी अच्छा कॉम्बिनेशन इंशाल्लाह वी विल विन इंशाल्लाह.
साकिब भाई, पिछले 3 साल से मैं आपको देख रहा हूँ 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के साथ, जो आप लोगों ने ट्रेनिंग और फिटनेस का स्टैंडर्ड सेट किया है. पहले ये बताइए कि यूएई में पहले वो स्टैंडर्ड था या नहीं था और आपने उसको अपग्रेड कैसे किया?
अगर ऑनेस्टली मैं बताऊं, नॉट ओनली ट्रेनिंग, यूई का जो सारा स्ट्रक्चर है वो 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट जिस तरह इस स्पोर्ट्स को डेवलप कर रही है, स्पेशली हैदर भाई उन्होंने ही ये ट्रेंड हमसे स्टार्ट किया. हमें पाकिस्तान से बुलाया, मुझे बुलाया, फिर जो रिसेंटली मुल्तान सुल्तान टीम के साथ, लाहौर कलंदर टीम के साथ जाकिर खान है उसको बुलाया. उनका यही एम है कि वो यूई की क्रिकेट को अच्छी करे और यूई एक दिन क्रिकेट में एशिया में अच्छा परफॉर्म करे. अभी आप देखें, मैं हैदर भाई का बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ. अभी ये मैच लोग लाइव देख रहे हैं. इब्राहिम जैसे एक टैलेंटेड बॉलर है, एकेडमी से उसको ग्रूम करके अभी वो D10 में आए, D50 में आए. अभी वो ग्लोबल लीग के लिए जा रहे हैं कैपिटल, वो दुबई कैपिटल के साथ. तो ये बहुत बड़ी चीज़ें अभी लाहौर कलंदर ने प्रोड्यूस किया है हारिस को और शाहीन अफरीदी को. वो कितना बड़े तरीके से उसको कैश कर रहे, वो करे. हैदर भाई को ये चीज़ें भी नहीं आती कि मतलब एक प्लेयर को इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर बना कि प्लेयर मुझे क्या देगा. प्लेयर उसको कुछ भी नहीं देता, बट वो चाह रहे कि मैं यूई को और हमारी ये जो कंट्री है जिससे हम कमा रहे हैं, जिसमें हम स्पोर्ट्स लोगों को सिखा रहे हैं, ताकि उनको वो अच्छे से अच्छे प्लेयर दे दें.
ये 2 नाम मेरे माइंड में इस वक्त आ रहे हैं. हैदर अली जो 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के साथ बहुत देर होते थे, और अब सगीर खान हमने देखा यूएई के लिए डेब्यू भी कर गए हैं. आपके कैप्टन है आपकी क्लब टीम के, और हमने उनकी परफॉर्मेंस भी देखी थी. इसके लड़के उस तरीके के लेवल पे जाके भी डिलीवर कर रहे हैं.
नाम तो इंटरनेशनल डेब्यू तो बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स ने किया, जैसे इरफान ने किया, फरहान भी अभी जा रहे ग्लोबल लीग्स के लिए. जिस टाइम पे वो स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे, जिस टाइम पे कोई क्लब उसको नहीं ले रहे थे, और जिस तरह हैदर भाई उसको पहले ओवर्स दे रहे थे, न्यू बॉल पे उसको ग्रूम कर रहे थे, ने हमें दिए हैं, स्पेशली एज अ स्ट्रेंथ एंड कंडीशनिंग कोच मुझे भी दिए हैं, फिर हर एक इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर को दिए हैं, जो कि एक इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड की रिक्वायरमेंट है. बाकी मैंने वही बात आपको बोली, वो जो कर रहे हैं वो दिल से वो एक बॉल ये मैच देख रहे हैं. क्यों देख रहे हैं उसको, इससे क्या मतलब, मगर ये है कि उसको इस क्रिकेट से, इस टीम से और इस नाम से बहुत प्यार है. और आप लोगों को भी पता है, जब से ये नाम यूई क्रिकेट में आया है तो यूई क्रिकेट आगे चली गई है.
अब 2025 में तो हमने देखा कि बहुत सारी अचीवमेंट्स की है 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स ने. 2026 में पाइपलाइन में क्या है, क्या हमें देखने को मिलेगा?
इंशाल्लाह अपकमिंग हमारा जो प्लान है, स्पेशली हम लड़कों की फ़िटनेस पे भी वर्क कर रहे हैं. दूसरी बात यह है कि लास्ट टाइम हमारे प्लेयर बड़े लीग्स में भी इन्वॉल्व थे और कुछ इंजरीज़ भी हो गई, मेजर इंजरी, जैसे अवैस को हुआ, साथ में फरहान को हुआ. तो ये हमारे मेन प्लेयर थे. हम ज़्यादातर कुछ टूर्नामेंट्स हमने फ़िनिश नहीं किया, हम फाइनल सेमीफाइनल में हम बाहर हो गए. बट ये था कि कुछ हमारे यंगस्टर्स जो थे, जो हमारी टीम के पार्ट थे, मगर यूई का जो वीज़ा का प्रॉब्लम था उस वजह से उन्होंने हमारी टीम को ज्वाइन नहीं किया. तो हमारा वो कॉम्बिनेशन जो था लास्ट ईयर इतना अच्छा नहीं था. बट अपकमिंग जिस तरह हम ग्रूम कर रहे प्लेयर्स को, और जिस तरह हमारे प्लेयर्स इंटरनेशनल लीग्स भी खेलेंगे वहाँ से आके, तो इंशाल्लाह ये एक्सपीरियंस डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट में बहुत काम आएगा और इंशाल्लाह हम आगे अच्छा करेंगे.
Saqib bhai, thank you so much for your time and best of luck for the game.
Thank you so much.
Back to the com box.
Mr. Haider, the owner of the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. Meanwhile, Nipun Babu bowling a maiden over, just exactly a replica of what Wahab Hassan has done. Krishna Karate into the attack. Remember, the target is 273. At this juncture of the game is evenly poised. Wickets is what CSS would be looking for. Good delivery straight down the ground, and they can afford to take a bit of time with 8 wickets in hand. Lot of batting to follow. Farman Ali, Haider Wasisha, Nabil Aziz can contribute as well with the bat, but these batters would want to bat deep. Good delivery, cranking up the pace here. Krishna Karate, Safir Tariq standing up. Atiq 54 for 2. We are into the 12th over. They just managed to get things back in control, the CSS group. 1 wicket here could certainly create some turbulence.
Well, it certainly can, especially if they can get the wicket of this man, Aftab Javed, who's batting beautifully out there. Just as you see in that shot, that was a good length delivery and pulls in front of square. That's a glorious hit, and this is the man that they'll really want. He's created a lot of damage, and he seems to be once again in his elements. On the way, 21 now for him. Nice he played there. Just commiserate that boundary with a single. 59 for 2, 11.5 overs. Well, you spoke about that very interesting interview there with Ahmed Khawaja, and he also spoke about Mr. Mohammad Haider, founder of the 7 Districts. He's done great service for UAE cricket and also for his team, supporting them throughout. So a lot of shout out to them. 12 overs done. It's 59 for 2. Nipun Babu will continue on to his second over. After having bowled a maiden, just gives away his first run of his spell. Aftab was on a 23 of 18, looking good out there. Partnership of 25 between these two. Irfan playing a very different innings compared to what he's known to be. He likes to be the aggressor. He likes to take on the bowling. Love to see this aspect of his game. He's able to dig deep. Certainly speaks volumes of the character of a player, isn't it?
Yeah, most certainly. He's been the go-to man for CSS. It's got a different look altogether. I think Nizam's got the moustache in place. We usually tend to see players donning that moustache look in November. It's called as Movember. A clean shave. But I tell you what, as a good talent, Nipun Babu. Slow ones from him are quite deceptive. Oh, you've got to watch out for that. No wonder why they say you've got to wear your helmet on. But those streaky edges can land you in trouble. Mujahid Raza, just checking with him, probably a concussion test, or maybe not. He's looking confident there. We've seen in old days, Atiq, where they never used to wear helmet, even for the fast bowlers, especially talking about even Arvind De Silva. He used to wear a helmet without a grill. That could have been nasty. And nowadays, with the kind of cricket, the way it has grown, the different kind of deliveries, you've got to be looking after yourself. Safety is of utmost priority.
Well, not only just Aravind De Silva, there are a few names that come to my mind. Look at the likes of someone like Viv Richards, who very nearly played his entire career just with a skull cap. And just look at that for a hit. Aftab Javed, as effortless as it seems, gets on the back foot and deposits it into the stands for another maximum. Quicker delivery this time, and beautiful hit there by Aftab Javed.
Well, it's the free flow of the blade which impresses me the most of this young lad Aftab. Quite brilliant, marginally short, and is bounced onto it and is raised away to 29 just off 20 deliveries. I think he certainly is looking like $1 million horse today. Well, in fact, throughout the entire tournament, he's been quite prolific in his approach, and he's also considered as a chase master. And in the process, he picks up a couple of runs to close out the over number 13. 7 districts are comfortably placed at 69 for the loss of 2. Thirteen overs gone, 69 for 2. In comes Krishna Karate. First over gave away 6 runs. He's a veteran cricketer for CSS Group. Has been associated with Fly Emirates for a very long time. This was in the slot, but just did not get the connection right. But the ball will travel towards the boundary ropes. Mohammad Irfan joining the party. That was poor effort in the field, to say the least. Irfan comfortably picking that boundary.
Well, I'd not say that was one of the cleanest of hits that we've seen from Irfan. It's more like the inside blade of the bat. But still, nevertheless, he got enough of it. And the fielder, in spite of getting a hand, the ball still sped away to the boundary for 4. 7 districts now have moved on to 73 for 2 now of 13.1 overs. Krishna Karati will need to draw in all his experience that he's gained playing for the UAE national team and also representing the domestic circuit here in UAE, just to try and squeeze out a wicket from somewhere or the other, especially If he can get off that of Aftab back in the dugout, it would give them a world of confidence. And mind you, they have a big powerhouse yet to come into bat as well.
Absolutely. And just to add to what you've mentioned, Atik, when you have such experience, when you come up with such a reputation in the domestic scene, there's a lot of expectations from you as a star player. You've got to perform, you're under pressure, there's a lot of nerves behind it, and it's not going to be an easy affair for Krishna Karate, especially, you know, he's an experienced and seasoned campaigner. You're up against some quality young lads, so there's a lot that goes behind the doors. So having said that, what I'm trying to prove is, as a senior statesman, there will be a lot of expectations from you. Umar chasing the ball down, the ball will trickle away towards the boundary ropes. Second boundary in this over, and Krishna Karate just losing the plot a bit here.
Well, what we are witnessing right now, Rizwan, is the emergence of two different style of players. You had Aftab from the moment who's walked out to bat, timed it beautifully. And you had Irfan, who struggled to get going initially. Now, after having spent ample amount of time out there in the middle, is now beginning to find the gaps. This is what the Sharjah Stadium surfaces can offer. And that's a good looking shot, straight as an arrow with a straight bat. Now it's beginning to look quite threatening. A 44-run stand between these two. Aftab, he's looked effortless from the moment he's walked out to bat, isn't it? Certainly speaks the rich vein of form that he's been in. Last ball of the over. Slower ball this time. Bit of a cutter, but watchfully played there by Aftab. For a single to end the over. 14 done. 7 districts. 79 for 2. Well, now things are hotting up beautifully here. The rate required and the current run rate is almost just on neck and neck. Game is beautifully in the balance. Nipun Babu continuing, another very good left arm spinner. We've got plenty of them here in the UAE domestic circuit. You're absolutely right when you did mention about Nipun Babu's moustache style. Reminds us of the retro from back in the days. You had the likes of someone like Kapil Dev, or even perhaps someone like a Manoj Prabhakar donned that moustache, or David Boone with that famous moustache of his. Some very famous names in international cricket. Well, he's now got to perform like one. Nipun Babu, certainly very talented. And he's just been on the target from ball one.
Well, he hails from Kerala, if I'm not wrong. So definitely also has got that style of Mammootty. Watchfully played by Irfan. We've seen off late even the Australian great David Warner donning that look, but we've seen that mostly happening in November. They celebrate it as in Movember, as we discussed earlier. But can that bring some sort of luck for Nipun Babu. Time will tell, but he's been darting in those deliveries really well, getting away with those overs at a quick pace as well. Well, it's all about patience, Atiq, in a longer format. It's all about your patience, your focus, your determination. And if you get all those things right, you're very much in the game. Wonderfully fielded by Rojit Ganesh. That's exactly what you need in the field. 15 done and dusted, 80 for 2, and it's time for drinks.
Back live after the drinks break. First semi-final of the 7 districts presents 49th Bukhatir League in progress. Chasing 273. 7 districts are looking good thanks to this wonderful partnership of 46 runs between Aftab Javed and Mohammad Irfan. Aftab Javed has been in the form of his life, the young lad. 3 centuries in his last 4 matches. And he's continuing in that similar vein tonight, Rizwan.
Oh, absolutely. And it looked magnificent right from ball 1. He scored 16 runs initially with 4 boundaries on the trot. And Ranjit Mani has been given the responsibility to come and bowl the over number 16 from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end. This will be an interesting contest. Nicely played. You've got eagle eyes. Finding out that partnership on the big screen, not easy. But they have done exceptionally well, both the batters. Irfan playing the second fiddle whilst Aftab has taken the responsibility of the aggressor.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Excellent fielding there by Rojit Ganesh. Look at that effort. That's what you need. That little bit extra in the field when you're defending a below par or just a par score. But Aftab Javed, we all knew about his big hitting capabilities. Maybe he was typecast as a 10 over or a 20 over player, but the way he's performed in this Bukhatir League, he has silenced a lot of doubters for sure. I did not know and I did not feel that he had this kind of run scoring in the 50 over format in him for sure.
Oh, absolutely. He's done exceptionally well. Ahmed, we've seen batters struggling to get a century in the longer format, and this gentleman just comes out, plays 4 matches, picks up 3 centuries at ease. That goes without saying the kind of caliber that he possesses, and he's done really, really well. Misfield, the ball is racing away towards the boundary ropes. A good delivery to end the over for the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. 16 gone, 85 for 2.
So Gihan Chaturanga coming on from the Bukhatir end. In desperate need of a wicket here, our CSS group. They thought they were well and truly in the game when Ahmed Tariq got out in the power play. Maybe this man can create a change. Not express pace, just about lively medium, but he does hit the seam and is quite accurate.
Starts off well, Gihan Chaturanga. They need to find a wicket. They need to find a wicket from somewhere. Probably in a form of a run out, maybe. If not, getting caught. Well, look at that shot. Easy pickings for Aftab. Half tracker, and that has been punished.
Well, that was simply a flick. And how far has it travelled? Almost cleared the roof. Sensational strike from this youngster. We may have a superstar on our hands. Unbelievable shot. Not an easy stroke to play against the medium pace bowler. And you and I both have seen Aftab Javed for a long time, Rizwan. I was not expecting this kind of display from him at any stage.
Well, I'm completely in awe of his batting now. And I certainly would want to have a look at that willow when he made that sound, when the contact was made, the sound said it all. Beautiful hit from Aftab. And especially when you're in full form, Ahmed, you get those runs quite comfortably. Yet again, he's living up to the expectations of the team and the management. He's done exceptionally well.
Yeah, there's no real weak aspect in his batting, is there? Technically sound, great timer of the ball, runs hard between the wickets, can play on the offside, on the onside. Good fielder, strong arm, occasional left arm spin as well. So he ticks a lot of the boxes really. And we know the Seven Districts franchise has been producing international caliber cricketers for the last couple of seasons. We saw Sagir Khan, the way he debuted for the UAE. Haider Ali debuted for the UAE. Farhan Khan won an ILT20 title with Dubai Capitals. So they're right up there in the mix. And they've got Ibrahim Masood, who got drafted in the Global T20. So they are in the right team to take that step to the next level. And maybe Aftab Javed is ready for that now. 93 for 2.
Ranjit will continue. It was played with soft hands by Irfan. You made a valid point. So many players from the academy representing at the franchise level cricket and even at the UAE level, at the UAE international level. Quite impressive. There's a lot of hard work that has gone behind the scenes, Ahmed. And when you have the talent and skill, you can certainly be there. And Aftab in this season has been quite impressive.
So Ranjit Mani, not a frontline bowler by any means, but can be useful. Mohammad Irfan has really impressed me with his patience. Usually we've seen he's a belligerent striker of the ball, attack-minded opener. But he's really applied himself. And he's just offered that stability after losing Zainullah and Ahmed Tariq. Has allowed the others to bat around him. Hence, Seven Districts in a good position. He's another young all-rounder, exciting all-rounder that certainly has the capability to go right to the top level. 95 for 2.
Partnership has moved on to 61 between this pair. Oh, nicely bowled by Gehan. Got a hint of movement, but equally well played by Aftab. And his bat is looking as big as a barn door at the moment. That is a man in prime form.
Oh, he certainly is. He's looked really comfortable out in the middle. At any point of time, he's not played a shot which could land him in trouble. Quite impressive throughout is Aftab. And Mohammad Irfan as well, keeping him company. Another brilliant prospect. Not very pleasing to eye, but he's consistently performing for 7 districts. Quite impressive with the bat and with the ball as well.
Yeah, what I like about Irfan is that he knows his limitations and he plays accordingly. You need to have that self-awareness. Sometimes you see a lot of talented players in the UAE who have all the shots in the copybook, but they're not able to construct that innings. And that is something that he's worked really hard on to improve his consistency in the last 18 months, and it's paying off big time. He's a regular match winner for 7 districts for whichever state side he is representing in the D tournaments, the Emirates Cricket Board tournaments, and a great value add in all 3 departments. Well bowled again. Jihan has just found that length that is keeping the batters quiet, but everything is coming out of the middle of the stick at the moment.
You're timing it perfectly as Aftab, and I certainly would want to have a chat with him later on with the bat. I love to use the light-weighted bats, Ahmed, especially when you have good meat in the middle. It helps you to maneuver it quite comfortably. And there's a new law in place. When you're having those bats, the face width will have to be 4.25 inches. The bat depth has to be 2.64, and the edge thickness should not be more than 1.56.
Well, that's a wonderful fun fact coming in from Rizwanur Rahman. In 1771, there was an English cricketer, Thomas White, who used a bat as wide as cricketing stumps. Well, sometimes the bats these days do feel like that, especially when the likes of Abhishek Sharma or Travis Head are batting. 98 for 2.
.98 for 2. Calm and composed are both the batters of the 7 Districts Cricket Academy, standing tall and delivering when the team needed the most. Straight no from Aftab. 44 of 40, and Irfan 32 of 46. .273, another 175 runs required with 8 wickets in hand. Should be a straightforward puzzle for the 7 Districts Cricket Academy, and currently they are certainly enjoying their outing in the middle.
Well, the problem is they don't seem to have an Ibrahim Masood. He was the wicket taker when things were looking a bit static in the middle for 7 districts. Ranjit Mani is doing a job here, bowling some off break, but they seem to be managing him relatively comfortably. Who can they turn to
to provide them the breakthrough. Maybe another short burst from Haider Razak or Mohammad Umar. Just maybe use them for a couple of overs here, Rizwan, to make something happen.
You made a very valid point there. In a longer format, the bowler will have to earn those wickets. In a shorter format, you will have those batters going after you, creating those opportunities. But in a longer format, you need to have that special skill to produce those wickets. You're absolutely right. Ibrahim Masood was the one for the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. Can it be Umar yet again? Only time will tell. So far, they're comfortably getting those singles and doubles. And that brings us the 100 up for the team 7 Districts Cricket Academy. 20 gone, 100 for 2.
Well, Mohammad Irfan is looking to open up now. Good fielding by Haider Razak at mid-off. Maybe just itching to get a move on. 33 of 50. He's played a relatively solid innings. But he's batted unlike his usual character, I would say.
Well, he doesn't need to do anything silly at the moment. Everything's going their way. They're picking those 5-run overs quite comfortably. Yeah, tough conditions, but you've got to stay tall. And he is a match winner, and he can certainly deliver. Jihan Chaturanga, watchfully played. How important is a toss in a 50-over game, especially given the weather conditions, Ahmed? Do you think it was a good toss to win for 7 Districts Academy?
Well, considering they were 88 for no loss, I don't think CSS can really complain that they only made 272. It was their own fault. Some soft dismissals, some wickets cheaply thrown away. Very late glide from Irfan. Sometimes I feel he just plays too within himself on the offside. Before, he used to be a real dasher with those square cuts. Used to look to drive the ball hard, but he's really hunkered down on his game. But if you want to compete at the highest level, you need to have a strong offside game.
Oh, absolutely. Well, he's certainly been part of the ILT20 campaign as well as the Abu Dhabi T10 League. But you need to, as you rightly mentioned, it's the pitch map, the wagon wheel, the run map, which defines where your runs are being scored. And if you have to get to that level, you need to get those runs from all corners of the park. And he does have the capability. It's just that he needs to be a bit more polished. Probably the coaching staff or the management probably can give him some advices as to what he needs to do. But I think he's got all the ingredients to be a good batter.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. He's got the power game. He's good against spin and pace alike. I just feel he's just closed off too many scoring areas. Pulled off the front foot and will beat the mid-wicket. A shot of authority coming in from Aftab Javed.
We're scoring boundaries at will, Aftab, and raised on to 49 of just 44 deliveries. Marginally short, and he picked it up really well. Although it was a short delivery, it was hurried on to him, but he's got that hand-eye coordination perfectly well placed, and he's got that connection right. A dot delivery to close out the over. 21 gone, 105 for 2.
Well, something needs to happen here for CSS group. They need a wicket. Oh, that was hit hard towards Rojit at short extra. Not quite a catch, I would say. They would pick up a single on the misfield, but definitely Mohammad Irfan wants to go after the bowling here. So this occasional off spin of Ranjit Mani is maybe producing a quarter chance, a half chance. You never know. Aftab Javed, meanwhile, the run machine of the 49th Bukhatir League, nearing yet another milestone. I don't want to put the knockers on the young man. There you can see, very cautious as I welcome Atiq Nizam alongside me in the comm box.
Well, thank you very much. But look at this man, Aftab. What a rich vein of form he's been. And there we go. Just knocked down a single down towards mid-on. Gets to another half century. 50 of 47 balls. Well, when it matters the most, in these all-important semi-finals, he's already averaging at above 100 in this Bukhatir League, in this 49th edition. And once again, he's provided the goods. 50, another half century added to the tally. Has he been outstanding? And Mohammad Irfan, where a slight lapse of concentration, lobbies a catch straight down to the mid-wicket throat. And this is a huge, huge wicket. A partnership of 73 between Irfan and Aftab finally comes to an end.
Well, a very loose shot and a very soft dismissal. And the occasional off spin of Ranjit Mani has worked. A big moment in the game. Just didn't get to the pitch of it. Trying to hit from the crease. And Danish Sarhadi making no mistake. 107 for 3. Game on. Tarindu Pereira, handy all-rounder, coming in at number 5. Just against the run of play, a wicket has fallen. And Ranjit Mani of all people getting it done.
Well, sometimes you feel that this is an easy ball or an easy bowler to target can usually be your downfall. That's what happened there to Mohammad Irfan. As Tarindu Pereira just walked out to bat, fears one fade outside off stump. Been given an opportunity to bat up the order. Tarindu, he can hit a long ball. Watchfully played behind it. So very good over from Ranjit comes to an end. Successful one at that. The big wicket of Mohammad Irfan to his name. 22 done. 108 for 3.
Lovely crunching square drive again from Irfan. Pardon me, Aftab. So he is the one who holds the key at the moment. I'm slightly surprised that Tarindu has been sent in. Maybe the left hand right hand combination could be a thought. But when you have the likes of Sayyid Haider, Wasi Shah there, proper frontline batter, using Tarindu, who was batting at number 9, I believe, or number 8 in the previous tournaments. Oh, slightly late on that one. Good fielding by Nipun Babu. Just that extra intensity. Now that they've got a wicket to their name.
Well, that's a very good point that you're making, Ahmed Khawaja. The fact of the matter with someone like Haider Wasi Shah, who's been in excellent form of late after scoring that brilliant 100 recently. Surprised that he was not sent out to bat, but of course maybe the school of thought would have been the left hand right hand combination for sure. Well, that's close, but maybe pitching outside leg stump. Leg by being called by the umpire. Gihan Chaturanga. He's been somebody who's been excellent with the ball, Gihan. Took a brilliant hat-trick recently as well. He's been in red hot form. Very good all-rounder to have in your team. Did not get an opportunity to bat today. Well, that was smashed and smashed gloriously. What a stroke. That would certainly once again raise those nerves on for Gihan Chaturanga.
Well, that is a fabulous shot. On the up from Aftab Javed. Just goes to show how confident he is in his batting abilities at the moment. Was an attempted slower ball. Nothing wrong with the delivery. Just an unbelievable shot. Attempted Yorker. Not bad. Yeah, Gihan, he's been part of the CSS group team for a very long time now. Very reliable medium pacer. Useful with the bat as well, like you mentioned. Good team man, good fielder. Plenty of Sri Lankan talent as well in the UAE domestic scene as well. Very prolific. And he can certainly be another star in the making. Hard-working all-rounder. Beautifully played again, but there is a deep point to cover that gap. Oh, hello, Shubham. What happened there? And they'll pick up 2. That was not required. 23 gone, 116 on board. Oh, good fielding by Ranjit Mani. He is proved to be more than useful at the moment for CSS. Certainly is getting a bit of purchase off the wicket. Well, Tarindu, he's being bogged down here. The last thing you want at this stage, especially with a well-set batter at the non-striking end, is to just get stuck. I just feel that this move hasn't quite worked for 7 Districts to send in a regular frontline batter. All they needed is to stitch a partnership once again. And he's been unable to get the ball off the square.
Well, the CSS group have recognized the fact of the 7 districts sending in Tarindu would give them that opportunity to perhaps bring in some screws to tighten the game up as much as they can. He struggled out there slightly, and it's a maiden to end the over. So Ranjit, he's bowled very economical so far. 24 done, 116 for 3. So Aftab 57 or 51. Well, he holds the key, isn't it? Mind you, it's the all-important semi-finals of the 7 districts present. The 49th Bukhatir League 2025. 26 more overs remaining. We're just approaching the halfway stage of the game as Shubham comes into the attack to bowl the 25th. Aftab batting beautifully. Needs to go on. Beautifully flighted, hit hard down the ground. Well, one thing here, Ahmed, is look, in all honesty and being fair to a player like Tarindu, we've seen him put up some good cameos in the past, and more often than not he likes to come in that lower middle order, perhaps I'd say, to come and get those some big hits off the middle of the bat, and he can be quite effective. But maybe I feel that Farman Ali would have missed a trick up his sleeve to send in someone like the likes of Haider Wasi Shah to come and steady the ship out there in the middle. Flighted and beautifully hit. Gets off the mark. Tarindu on the off the 11th ball. Always a good feeling, isn't it? He'd certainly breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to get back to the dugout after scoring 10-11 balls, and he's just not scoring a run.
Yeah, like you mentioned, he's a good player to have when you need 50 runs to win, not 150. And you mentioned the name Farman Ali. He could have come in himself, the captain, just to build a partnership with Aftab, keep that scoreboard ticking. First sign of Shubham Singh Sisodia in this game with the ball. Good looking punch inside out, but a lot of effort done just to pick up a single. But with a left-hander at the crease, will he be looking to take a chance against the left-arm spinner? Shubham is flighting the ball. So Ranjit Mani is throwing up that invitation, that challenge, that do you want to go big over square leg or mid-wicket or long on? So far he's been content to push the ones and twos. Looks like it's going to be a pretty hard fought game here. This might go right down to the wire.
Well, it certainly will, because it's now a runner ball required. This is going to be extremely interesting, because another wicket or two here for the CSS would certainly come and completely shift the pendulum, especially if they can get the wicket of Aftab, who's been their prolific run scorer. they'll certainly believe that they've got one foot in the door. But having said that, the 7 districts, we all know what a champion team they are. They've got some absolute superstars and match winners in their lineup. 25 done, 120 for 3.
So Ranjit Mani into his 6th over. Outstanding bowling figure so far. He's given very useful overs here for CSS. But once again, Tarindu is really struggling to get him away, which is quite surprising considering he's an off-break bowler himself. He knows about the subtleties. Bowled him! Well, that was always on the cards. Playing across the line, and he pays the price.
Well, you just felt like something was about to give. Tarindu Pereira completely missing the line of the ball. That one was straight. He was expecting the ball to spin. It did not. It went with the arm. And it hit middle of middle. Tarindu, well, he'll not be too happy or too thrilled with that stage. Just 2 runs for him of the 14 deliveries he's faced. 7 districts lose their 4th. It's 120 on the board. Well, in walks a champ, Haider Wasi Shah at number 6. Represented the UAE very recently. Struggling for form over the last few months. Haider Wasi Shah just coming in good in this Bukhatir League in this 49th edition with a magnificent 100 a few days ago. But he's got to deliver the goods once again. Good delivery there to begin with. Well, I believe he was struggling with a bit of a hand injury a few months ago. And I believe that he's still awaiting some treatment on it. Oh, beats it. That was a jaffa. Ranjit Mani is making the ball talk, isn't it?
Yeah, it was once again that arm delivery that didn't turn. Played down the wrong line, did Wasi. And in the end, it's another superb over from the CSS captain. The pressure is building on 7 districts. 120 for 4. Sisodia to continue from the Bukhatir end. First over was a tidy one. Now he'll certainly be in the game with two right-handers at the crease. Aftab Javed, what must be going through this young man's mind? Just a bit of a slowdown. Wickets lost. Oh, wonderful fielding effort at extra cover. Look at that. Commitment. All just to save one run. That's what I really like about CSS Group as a team. Their commitment, their professionalism really stands out.
Well, they say that drops are what create oceans. So just like that, when you every single run that you save can perhaps be the difference in that final result when you get towards the death overs.
Mr. Atiq, have you invented this expression? I've never heard this in my life. I think you are reading something on Instagram that really inspired you. How can drops make oceans? That will take millions of years.
Well, my friend, if I recall correctly, they say that it was tiny drops of water that's formed the vast oceans or something in that front. So there you go, Mr. Ahmed Khawaja clarifying that on Google, little drops of water make the ocean, and that's exactly my point, my friend.
Yeah, maybe you created this Google search. But certainly, yes, I agree with your message overall, that every single journey starts with a single step. Like you mentioned, Sayyid Haider Wasi Shah, capped by the UAE, was part of the UAE team that won the Gulf Cup, was part of the Emerging Asia Cup for the UAE as well, played a match-winning innings there. Oh, sweeping, a very straight-edge delivery, but that's a good-looking shot and will get him his first boundary.
Well, that would do a world of confidence there, Haider Wasi Shah. Well, that's experience for you. That's class for you, isn't it? Not trying to do anything different. Just picking the line of the ball and then placing it behind square. Very safe shot to play. All you had to do was make sure that you got enough bat. You got your head on top of the ball and then place it. You do get full value for shots. Moves on to 5 now, Haider Wasi Shah. Well, this is what we spoke about earlier. This is what should have happened had Haider Wasi Shah been brought in early. Nevertheless, game very, very much in the balance. 27 overs done and dusted. It's 128 for 4.
So Ranjit Mani to continue. And you make a very good point, Atiq, that a frontline batter who could just rotate the strike along was what was required when they lost the second wicket of Irfan. Or down the leg side, poor delivery. The square leg fielder will get around to it. But just with the arrival of Wasi at the crease, the floodgates have just opened up a little bit.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a crucial partnership between these two, Haider Wasi Shah and Aftab Javed. They've got to make sure that they put on stand together at least perhaps till the 35th, 40th over. A bit of a misfield will enable them to get a single. Well, now I think Ahmed, what they've got to do from here on is play smart, because they've got another 22 overs to go. They have just about another 140 runs required for victory. Rate required just above a run a ball. So they don't have to do anything out of the ordinary. They just got to keep knocking around. But these two have got to make sure that they take the bulk of the scoring, because they do not have much batting to come. They just have Lahiru Sandaruwan maybe, who can handle himself, along with the captain Farman Ali. But after that, nothing much for them to brag about as far as the batting department is concerned. Another single. So far doing it nice and easy, these two.
Yeah, this was something that was missing when Tarindo was at the crease. He was just getting bogged down against the off spin, not able to play freely. Since then, this partnership has already grown to 13 runs. Slipping and sliding, but making the stop eventually. Danish, what a wonderful 50 he made earlier in the evening. Fighting knock, that 100-run partnership between him and Rojit Ganesh. And they've certainly worked hard to defend those runs. 28 completed, 135 for 4.
"28 overs, done and dusted." Nipun Babu into the attack to bowl his 4th over. Single down. So these two, since coming together after the fall of the wicket of Tarindo Pereira, have managed to steady the ship nicely. And talking about steadying the ship, I've been joined here in the com box to steady the ship here by my good friend Rizwanur Rahman. Rizwan, hope you've had a good rest. I just heard you snoring behind in the com box. How's the rest treating you, my friend?
Steadying the ship, you're doing really well, Atiq Nizam. I will come to rescue when there's turbulence in the com box. Gives himself a bit of room there, Haider Wasisha. Taking those calculated risks and getting that boundary at will. Well, that will certainly ease a bit of nerves for the young team. 7 Districts Cricket Academy. A good looking shot from the blade of Haider Wasisha.
Well, if you look at what he did right there, was the ball was spinning away from him. He made himself some room and made sure that he got under the ball and then beautifully places it into the gap. Perfectly done there by Haider Wasisha. Once again, he's known to be one of those youngsters that's made a very, very serious statement here in the domestic circuit here in UAE. Absolutely glad for him to see him back in form. He was struggling, and now just look at those biceps bulging out of his arms. All those gym works and those hours strength training and the hard work at perhaps in the nets certainly paying off big time. 29 overs done and dusted. 7 Districts 140 for 4. Another 100 and 33 runs required for victory of the last 21 overs.
Ranjit Mani will continue. Picked up a couple of wickets, gave away just those 19 runs. 3 more overs for him, leading from the front as a skipper. And Aftab taking his time, playing the sheet anchor role, whilst Haider Wasisha taking those calculated risks as and when required for the team. Just ensuring they're keeping the scoreboard ticking are the batters of the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. Nicely played. He was looking to go towards that extra cover region, but waited for the delivery to arrive. Played it late. At the moment, it's all about getting those wickets. They need to find a way to break the partnership. That's the only way you will be able to stop these batters. They have Farman Ali as a non-batter. Wahab to continue, can hold fort at one end. Nabil Aziz can bat a bit as well. But as a complete batter, these two are the recognized pair. A lot will rely on these two batters. We're into the 30th over. So far, it has been equally poised. Ranjit Mani doing extremely well. 65 of 62 for Aftab, continuing his rich vein of form. Played it late. It's all about application, and he's been spot on today yet again. Aftab holding one end completely, dominating the center stage. Straight down the ground, a brilliant effort, but they will manage to pick up a single. 30 gone. 7 Districts are 144 for 4. Nipun Babu will continue. Good solid punch from Haider. He's looking good, and a wonderful effort in the deep, and they will pick up a couple of runs quite comfortably. And getting those runs, I think, getting those 6-7 odd runs in an over, the required run rate still within reach. So at this juncture, it's even Stevens.
Well, very much indeed. It's hanging in the balance. Haider Wasisha, he's very easily moved on to 16 of 20 without you even realizing how much he scored. Aftab on the other end, he's dug deep. Right way to go about it. In today's day and age, even players will be quite comfortable chasing a run rate of above 8, 9, 10 runs and over as well in the last 10. So they just can make sure that they carry on this way, just keep the run rate below around that 5 run per over mark till the last 10, and then they can reassess how they want to go about it with wickets in hand. But these two have got to make sure that they don't lose any further wickets, at least till the 40th. It's crucial that Aftab goes on. Nicely bowled there, Nipun, flighting it nicely, enticing the batter to come forward. It's been another decent over here so far.
Straight down to Nipun Babu. 31 gone, 147 for 4. We have a game on hands. Ranjit Mani will continue. I think, tell me, what is that CSS lacking at the moment? They need to find a way to get a wicket, break this partnership. At this juncture, I would still say it's equally poised. Probably get in a part-time spinner. We've seen Ranjit Mani, he usually does not bowl regularly, but he's been the pick of the wickets today. He's picked up a couple of wickets drifting down the leg side. That will be a wide animated appeal from Ranjit Mani. Well, it's a semi-final. It's one of the top leagues in the UAE. You don't get those chances too often to be in the finals. Yes, CSS were the runners-up in the previous edition. What is that something special they're lacking today?
Well, simple answer, they don't have someone like the likes of Ibrahim Masood in their lineup. They need a bowler with penetration who can pick wickets in regular intervals. Well, take nothing away from the bowlers of the CSS group. They've bowled very good tight lines and lengths, but sometimes you do need that X factor in your arsenal, isn't it? Who can always turn up and pick up wickets for you in regular intervals. That I feel is something that they've lacked.
Very well explained there. Oh, that's poor. That's absolutely poor. You've got to stop those things. Yeah, it's that X factor that you've mentioned, which is missing in the CSS group at the moment. The paces have delivered well. Umar as well as Haider Rasak were quite impressive. Probably you might want to give them a chance, get Haider Razak back in the action, give a breather for the slower bowlers Ranjit Mani and Nipun Babu. Try something different is what I'm trying to explain. Otherwise, this game is slipping away from you.
Well, you have to think out of the ordinary, isn't it? There can be perhaps a different bowling change, some field setups that can be quite unorthodox. Just do something that the batters don't expect you to do, and that is how you can perhaps create a difference. Well, that's the end of the over. 32 done, 151 for 4. Oh, great effort there. That's the commitment that we need to see. Well, we just spoke about it in the previous over. You need something different, but there is also something that they can do within their power, is lift their standards as far as the ground fielding is concerned. Maybe a brilliant catch, an outstanding piece of ground fielding, a run out, a direct hit, all of that can certainly make a difference. A very different looking stance there by Haider Wasisha. Places it down for a single. He's getting into the 20s now, Haider. Looking good. Well, what are your suggestions here, Rizwan, as far as the 7 districts are concerned? Let's say if they do lose a wicket at this stage, who do you think is the next batter that's got to come out to bat?
Well, by far it has to be Farman Ali, who's also looked in good nick, and he's holding his position because he's quite known as a very good cricketer of the shortest format. Given the conditions at the moment and the runs that they are currently chasing down, the situation will be tailor made for Farman. Well, as we're just talking about that ground fielding, that should have been stopped. Poor bit of effort in the deep will result in a boundary. Easy pickings for Aftab, but that should have been stopped. Well, he had to sprint a long way. He did manage to reach till the end, just could not hold on to it, and he's a bit disappointed with that. Yeah, Farman Ali to come next. Then you have the likes of Wahab Hassan, Nabil Aziz in the ranks, but what matters the most at this juncture is these 2 batters out in the middle. End of over number 33. CSS group are 156, in fact 157 for 4.
Well, we just had a drinks break. Sometimes, more often than not, we've seen that these breaks can either work on your favor or against you. Nicely flighted there by Ranjit, but he's into his last over. Well, he's been the pick of the bowlers, hasn't he? Bowled brilliantly. 2 for 27. Been very economical. Nicely played there. This is a very matured knock here by Aftab Javed, making sure that he's gonna dig deep, taking the onus on himself to play the long knock in these all-important semi-finals. Very good partnership between these two. 38 on the board so far between them. Well, they're giving the respect to Ranjit. They've recognized the fact that he could perhaps be a threat. He's just got 3 more balls remaining in his spell. They don't want to give a wicket because he's just in his zone.
Well, he's not a great turner of the ball, but what he has done well, he's been immaculate with his lines and lengths. He's bowling in that area which is not easy to pick up. Good length deliveries, spot on from Ranjit Mani, and he's done exceptionally well. Just given away 29 runs in his 10th over. And Aftab looking rock solid yet again for a big 100. Watchfully played. Will pick up a single and will retain strike. 34 gone. The 7 districts are 160 for 4, and Ranjit completes his wonderful spell. Just given away 30 runs, picked up a couple of wickets. Drill down the ground. Protection there in form of Rojit Ganesh. Wickets is what these team CSS would be eyeing for. And Aftab, cool as cucumber. He's been in such situations many a times. He knows how to get his team over the line. Perfect foundation for yet another big 100 for him. And Haider Vasisha keeping him good company at the non-strikers as well.
Making some room there, Haider. Trying to pierce that offside field. There is just a fielder in the deep at sweeper cover. Either side of him, there's huge gaps there. Well, another single for Haider Vasisha. Moves on to 22 now. Aftab, well, he's going at above a runner ball. 75 of 74. What a knock he's played so far. He's got to make sure that he plays the long innings. He's got to get to that 3-figure mark. He's already got 300s in the tournament. Aftab, can he get his 4th one tonight? 35 overs done and dusted. It's 163 for 4.
35 gone, 163 for 4. We're into the last phase, 15 overs left. Shubham has given away 12 runs. Can he do something special for the team? Bit of spin for Shubham. And I've been joined by Ahmed Khwaja after a brief break. Welcome back, Ahmed.
Much appreciated, Rizwan. Desperately need to dislodge this pairing. Do CSS group. Partnership has moved on to 43 runs without really breaking a sweat. Very balanced. 22 runs from Wasi, 20 from Aftab. 21 rather from Aftab Javed, who's looked absolutely rock solid once again. And it's a statement innings from this youngster. Oh, what a fabulous shot, backing away and launching it over extra cover for 6.
Absolutely magnificent from Aftab. Gave himself a bit of room, and yet again coming right off the middle of the bat. Beautiful shot towards the extra coverage and getting a maximum, and under pressure is now Shubham.
Yeah, you make an excellent point. Very smart to go after the new bowler. And now all they can do is just push the ones and twos. Truly is a spectacular vein of form that Aftab Javed is in. Uppishly driven again and into the gap again.
Well, not learning from the mistakes, the CSS team. Well, if you're bowling in those areas, you need to have protection there. There was a maximum of the first delivery and another boundary in the same region. And easy pickings for a batter of Aftab's caliber. He is looking absolutely rock solid out in the middle.
Well, I think he will be looked at differently after this tournament, to be quite frank. We always knew him for those good cameos, 20s, 30s, 50s, coming in at number 5, number 6. But now he is proving to be a genuine frontline match winner in that number 4 position. And I'm sure the upcoming season is going to be a big one for this young lad. Oh, couldn't get past the short third. Unlucky. But a good over. Less than 100 required now. 174 for 4. .54 run partnership in progress. And Aftab goes big. And that is huge. Out of the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Not quite, but into the stands.
Well, I quite like the approach of getting those maximums of the first delivery, which would allow you to maximize yourself. Yet again, it was in the slot. He had to wait for that millisecond. And he gets the connection right, high and handsome. He's definitely earned a lot of sky miles for it. Brilliant from Aftab. He's into his 90s and he's been the match winner so far. Brilliant from Aftab.
He's Mr. Run Machine, that is for sure. And very matured innings this has been. Calm, cool, no fuss, calculated risks, hard running between the wickets, big striking. He's the total package. What a drive from Wasi. Like a bullet to the fence.
They're speeding things up here now. The batters of the 7 districts giving himself a bit of room, and he gets the connection right. Drill down the ground along the carpet for a boundary. Well, the approach has been spot on from these batters. As you rightly mentioned, taking those calculated risks. Anything in the slot, they've capitalized on those opportunities. And under the pressure is Nipun Babu.
They're playing him with a lot of comfort at the moment. 11 runs taken without breaking a sweat. And maybe the writing is on the wall now for CSS Group. Finalists last season in the Bukhatir League fell one step short. Still have some runs to work with, but not too many. 37 gone, 185 for 4. Well, this is a roll of the dice coming in from CSS and desperately needed as well. I dare say maybe they could have done it earlier. Haider Razak coming back into the attack. But now this partnership is beyond 60 runs. Both batters are well set. One is into the 90s. So I think some tactical errors have been made by both teams.
Absolutely. They should have brought him a bit earlier on. Instead of having Shubham, probably Haider Razak, and even Mohammad Umar for the matter of fact. He was quite brilliant in the power play initially. Picked up a couple of wickets. Now Haider Razak, it's going to be tough for him as he's up against a well set batter. He's into his 90s now. 94 of 82 deliveries. Oh, what an outing he's had so far. He's got 5 overs left. Can he pick up a wicket here? Good delivery, right on the money. Respecting the good deliveries, playing on merit, taking those calculated risks has been the hallmark of the innings so far. He's into his inching close towards that 400 of the tournament, Aftab.
Well, Haider Razak does have that game-changing ability. And interestingly enough, Rizwan, there was no due to really trouble the bowlers either. So that is where I feel CSS will be extremely disappointed, because that 270 did truly feel like 270, not like a 250 score that could not have been defended.
Oh, absolutely. It's just that we did make a mention. Atiq Nizam did call it out. They missed that trick. They missed Ibrahim Masood in their squad. One bowler with that X factor was missing with the CSS group. Still not too late. Can Haider Razak pick up a wicket? And Aftab comfortably picking a couple of runs. He's sprinting well. He's into his nervous 90s. But then he's been quite brilliant today.
Yeah, I dare say it is the nerveless 90s at the moment for Aftab. It feels like routine. Every 2 or 3 days, he shows up at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium and smashes 100. The way he's played in this tournament, been mind-boggling to say the least. Oh, that's not a good shot, my young friend. You don't want to be playing across the line when you're on 96. Could easily chop that onto the stumps. He was looking for that gap towards mid-wicket, understandably, to just get done with the ordeal. It's quite remarkable how these last 3-4 runs before a milestone can feel like the hardest. Nerves can catch up to the best of them. Oh, uppishly driven, but just short of the mid-off.
Looked a bit scratchy there on those 2 deliveries, Aftab, as you rightly pointed out. So far, he's been phenomenal. Those last couple of deliveries did create some problems for Aftab. But he's got to see him off. That's the best way to move forward. Half tracker trying to go towards that mid-wicket region. 1 for the over, says the umpire, rightly so.
Well, tell you what, fine leg was in. A top edge would have gotten him that milestone. And I dare say, if Aftab is not there for another 25-30 runs, this match is not decided. Not too much batting to come for 7 districts. And there it is! His 405 innings. Aftab Javed, you are a megastar in the making. Sensational innings in the big knockout game. 100 of just 88 deliveries. What a champion performer.
He truly is a champion performer. Standing tall in a knockout game. Yet again, 4th century of the tournament. Well, he certainly is a star in the making. Take a bow, young man, Aftab Javed. And that will bring us to the... It was in the slot and he's got the gap right. And look at that celebration. Why not? Absolutely magnificent scenes here at the Sharjah Stadium. 38 gone, 192 for 4.
Gehan Chaturanga. Oh, outside edge has been dropped. It wasn't an easy catch for Safir Tariq. But those are the kind of half chances you need to take in a big knockout game. Attempted Yorker. It was going past him very quickly. But Wasi gets a life. Let's take a look here. Oh, that was past him. Very difficult catch. He was standing a touch closer for Gihan. Very little reaction time. And I think Aftab Javed, now that he's past 100, He's not going to mess about here. He's going to get on with it.
What a knock it has been for Aftab. And not to forget Haider Wasisha at the other end, keeping him company, ensuring they've stitched up a beautiful partnership here. This has been a phenomenal outing for Aftab, the 49th Bukhatir League, and he's done exceptionally well. And as we speak, he finds the fence yet again.
Well, he's toying with the bowlers here. It was a hanging full toss. But how beautifully did he caress that into the gap. Stunning. Absolutely stunning batting. I think 7 Districts Cricket Academy has polished another diamond here in the name of Aftab Javed. It's going to be an exciting season of 25-26 coming up for this young man.
Absolutely. They're surely shining like diamonds. The young lad, Aftab. Wonderful effort in the field. Haider Razak, tall, fast bowler, eventually saving a boundary there.
Yeah, it just slightly feels too little too late. They still need 75 runs, mind you. Required run rate of 6.6. But with wickets in hand and Aftab Javed well set, you do feel that the game is heavily in favor of SDCA. It goes big, high, handsome, and 6 for Wasi.
Magnificent connection that was from Haider Wasisha. Stand and deliver. Look at the bat speed, the free flow of bat. It was in his slot. And he gets the connection absolutely spot on. And that brings up the 200 for the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. And they're well and truly in control of the chase.
Superb partnership. Superb pairing. Both of these batters have had hundreds in the Bukhatir League this season. And you have to tip your hat to the academy setup at 7 Districts. The way they are producing these youngsters, high quality players, and they're coming good at the right stage. Change in the field, square leg coming into the circle. Oh, brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Wasi. Just back cut that ball behind point, into the gap and into the fence.
Using the pace on offer, and he gets the connection right and towards the backward point region for a boundary. It has been an expensive over. 39 gone, 208 for 4.
So Mohammad Umar back into the attack, but it just feels like it might be a bit too late in the game for him to create an impact. I'm surprised that man standing at mid-off, Krishna Karate, was not used in the bowling at all. He's a very handy medium pacer, can nip the ball around. Pulled away and will beat the square leg. Aftab Javed is in a hurry now.
Easy pickings for him. Half tracker yet again. And he's found the gap. And the conversation, communication is crystal clear from Haider Vasisha. They do not want to lose the wicket and they want to finish off the game in style. And that's exactly the message, I reckon, from Haider Vasisha to Aftab. They've been in the driver's seat ever since he's arrived, has done well. Haider Vasisha keeping him company alongside Aftab. 212 already on board. Umar will have to do something special. He will have to produce something special to get the better of Aftab.
Oh, is there an edge on that one? Yes, there is. So Muhammad Umar bounces back. That one skidded through a feather edge and the centurion is gone.
Where is it too late? Time will tell. But he has provided that much needed wicket for the CSS group. Brilliant delivery. And the umpire had absolutely no hesitation whatsoever. Aftab departs after scoring another magnificent century for the team 7 districts. 109 for him today. And the 4th century in the tournament. And 7 districts lose their wicket number 5. 212 for 5.
So the new batter coming in is the skipper. Very capable wicketkeeper batter, Farman Ali. Just 51 runs required. So no real scoreboard pressure. How well has this young man bowled, Mohammad Umar? 3 for 31 in his 6th over. He's really bent his back. And once again, where were they hiding him? Why were they keeping him right till the end? They allowed those big partnerships to flourish, first between Mohammad Irfan and Aftab Javed, then Syed Haider Wasisha and Aftab Javed. Required run rate of just 5.7 now. Is it too little too late? Sharp delivery. Still bending his back. Still giving his all for the side. Should be relatively fresh. He got a long break after the power play. So certainly some of the bowling changes from both teams have been a bit questionable, a bit mystifying. Was he very experienced now? Just needs to keep his wits about him. The game is in control. You just need another 60 runs, literally runnable stuff. He can easily just Move along. Ones and twos. You will get the occasional boundary. And that should get you across the line. And all set for the finale. No need to take a risky single. Superb over from Umar. 213 for 5. Had the Razak into his 7th over. Unusual to see him wicketless so far. Oh, good looking punchy drive. Even better fielding effort by Rojit at point. Just to deflect the ball. Well, another wicket here, especially that of Wasi, could make this match slightly more interesting. I still do feel it's game in hand for 7 districts. Atiq Nizam, what do you reckon?
Well, that was a big wicket indeed. The wicket off Aftab Javed after a magnificent 100. The 4th one of the innings in 5 games. In fact, the 4th one of the tournament, in fact. They picked up a couple of runs there. Haider Wasisha. Now, Farman Ali, the captain, has got a job to do. Play a captain's knock. And certainly, I believe that, as you mentioned, Ahmed, certainly right now it's 7 districts game to lose. From where they find themselves, they need another 49 more required for victory. 47 in fact, of 58 deliveries. So very much in the game here, the 7 districts. Beautifully played and a misfield. And well, I think there was a single there.
Yeah, I think Wasi was slightly unsighted from the dive from Abhiram. Hence didn't want to take a risk, and rightfully so. Like you mentioned, only 47 runs remaining, so they have all the time in the world. 57 deliveries in hand to be precise. You're making me do some quick math, which is not my strength. Good bumper, keeping him honest. There is a long leg, square leg in position in case he wants to take on the short ball. So you never know. Sometimes teams can get a bit skittish when they're on the doorstep of victory. Your nerves can take over you. This is a big knockout game, very prestigious tournament. Attempted Yorker, but he played it well. Just became a full toss. Frustration for Haider. Couldn't quite pitch the ball. And Rizwan and I were just discussing about the bowling changes made by CSS. Fair enough that Ranjit Mani gave them 10 excellent overs. But Nipun was expensive. Sisodia was not effective. Gihan couldn't quite get it right. Oh, wonderful pull shot and even better fielding. Well done by Gihan there. 217 for 5. Mohammad Umar, the standout performer for CSS with the ball. But they need more. They need another one from him, especially of the batter on strike. It's been a very composed hand from Syed Haider Wasi Shah so far. But one mistake could change it all. Oh, how did that miss the stumps? Looking to cut a straight delivery. Very ordinary shot there.
Well, he's got to be careful here, Haider Wasi Shah. He cannot afford to throw away his wicket at this stage. He's got to play it smart. He's done extremely well up to this point. Approaching what would be a brilliant half century if he gets there. Under pressure. Walking into bat during a difficult stage of the innings. It's crucial that Haider Wasi Shah sees the team through. Oh, good delivery. A direct hit, but the captain's made his crease safely. But these two, they've got to make sure that they take the 7 districts within striking distance. Get another 25-30 runs. Make sure that you've got the game in the bag. Play smart. Plenty of time still remaining. 8 overs after this. Well, in the T20, T10 era that we are in, you'd certainly believe that this is very, very much gettable. Rate required is just above a run a ball. But sometimes this is where the CSS group can also understand that a wicket or two here will completely swing the pendulum in their favour. Oh, beautiful delivery. Hitting the block hole. Mohammad Umar, well, he's been outstanding today, hasn't he? 3 for 31 so far. That one was a toe crusher. Just perhaps sliding down the leg side.
Oh, he's been outstanding. Really impressed with this young, strapping right arm quick bowler. Caught Farman Ali completely by surprise. He really is giving it his all, isn't he? Fighting till the end. That's what you want to see. A close encounter. Straight to the fielder. They're taking a single. Direct hit at the striker's end, and we're going upstairs to the TV umpire. You never know, Atiq Nizam. These could be close.
Well, I had a feeling that perhaps he made his crease, but I just felt that maybe the non-striker's end would have been a better choice. And well, yeah, my eyesight has not given up on me yet, Ahmed Khawaja.
Well, it's almost there. Maybe next 3-4 days. Yeah, he was even beyond the stumps there, was he? Lightning between the 22 yards. Very hard-working cricketer. He really is a fitness freak. Anytime you see him on his Instagram, he's always working hard in the gym when he's not out in the park. That pays off in the long run. It can prolong your career and it can make that difference, especially when you want to get selected for the national team. Your fitness standards, your fielding, your ability to move swiftly in the park. We've seen so many talented players, big strikers of the ball, but they don't have the fielding ability. And at that top level, you cannot hide players at all. Oh, this has taken a top edge. Just beyond Safir Tariq. Was caught by surprise on that short ball. And a lucky escape indeed for Wasi.
Well, that one could have gone anywhere. It was very lucky. The pace of the ball carried it over the wicket keeper's head. Well, that's what we call the Is that called the telescope? Periscope, in fact. Correct. Thank you for correcting me there, Ahmed Khawaja. The periscope that you'll find in the submarines when you do not realize where your bat is, be protruding out, and that's when it can find you in a very awkward position. This one is pulled. Has he got all of it? Fielder comes under and the catch has been taken. The captain, Farman Ali, has to walk back. Muhammad Umar has been rewarded with his 4th scalp. Well, is the pendulum swinging once again? Huge wicket. And Shubham makes absolutely no mistake whatsoever in the deep. 6-1 down now.
Well, this game is well and truly up for grabs now. Poor shot played by the captain. Muhammad Umar has bowled the spell of his life. 4 for 33. Lahiru Sandharwan, very capable all-rounder. But those 43 runs are looking a mile away at the moment. Nicely put away, but there is protection. Right then, Mr. Atiq Nizam. The pendulum, like you mentioned, has swung. Has it swung too far?
Well, I'd say this is the last recognized batting pair. As far as I'm concerned, that's got to make sure that it takes the team through to the finish line. And now the CSS can certainly smell or sense that they've got 1 foot in the door. Crucial partnership here for the 7 districts. Good looking shot there by Lahiru to get off the mark. Well, Lahiru Sandharwan, he's no mug with the bat. He can certainly handle himself. Good all-rounder to have in your team. Very hard-working cricketer. He's somebody who certainly prides himself with what he does as far as whatever aspect of the game that he does with the ball or with the bat. He can hit those big shots. Oh, that's a good hit. Has he got the gap? And he's found the gap. He's threaded the 2 fielders in the deep with the finest of needles. That's a magnificent shot there by Haider Wasi Shah.
Pulled in front of square on the onside. He knew that short ball was going to be dug in once more. And he's not backing down from the challenge. Haider Razak may be just getting a bit carried away with the short stuff. Timely boundary. He goes for it again. Well, we're in the middle of a contest here. Both teams fighting tooth and nail to make it into the grand finale.
Well, what a contest we've had, isn't it? It's had the ingredients of everything that we yearned for in a game like this, the semi-finals, and certainly promises to be an absolute nail biter indeed. 2 more deliveries remaining in the over. Well, I like this very much. Haider Wasisha drawing in all his experience. He knows he's got a couple of he's got a boundary in this over. Doesn't want to overdo it. Now make sure you keep rotating the strike. That's all you got to do. Required rate 6.4 runs and over. You've got another 43 more deliveries remaining in the innings. Last ball coming up. Well, an unorthodox pull in front of square for a single. Lahiru will keep strike. 228 for 6. $228 for 6. Mohammad Umar into his 8th over. He's bowled brilliantly. Breathing down a 5 for here. Certainly thoroughly deserving that, the way he's bowled today, Mohammad Umar. But right now, Haider Wasisha taking strike 47 of 60. Umar, it's absolutely vital, isn't it, Ahmed, that Haider Wasisha digs deep. Make sure that these two keep rotating the strike and takes it down to that 46-47th over.
Oh, most certainly. Wasi has to be the one to hit the winning runs, period. But I just feel they need to bring in that deep point fielder for Lahiru. Stop giving him that easy single. Hit hard, but not past the mid-off. Good fielding again from Krishna Karate. Now this is important. You need to close some of the gaps in the 30-yard ring to Lahiru. Make him play a big shot. They have a long on in position for him. Bring him in, or bring the deep point into the circle, or bring that long leg into the circle. You need to boost the offside or onside ring to make him think about where he can pick up a single.
I couldn't have agreed with you more, Ahmed. They've got to think out of the box here. Oh, nicely played there. Fielder in the deep will cut it off a single. Well, easy pickings here so far. Lahiru doing the right thing. Not trying to be the hero. Playing with an able head out there, Haider Wasisha, who's guiding the youngster as well. Now approaching what would be a magnificent half century here, Haider Wasisha, if he gets there. But the job will only be half done. He's got to make sure that he goes on and make sure that, as you mentioned, B is there for the winning runs. Or plays it into the gap. Will get a single. He moves on to 49.
Well, it's funny enough you call him the senior partner here. We've seen these cricketers for so many years. We think that they're maybe 26, 27, but Wasi is just 22 or 23. I think they're both of the similar age. But yes, in terms of his experience, he certainly played a lot more domestic cricket here in the UAE as compared to Lahiru Sandarwan. Once again, they've only got one man in the ring on the onside for Lahiru. Everybody else deep. Pulled away, but there is a long leg, so only singles, and that will suit Lahiru 7 districts perfectly fine. They're in no hurry. If you hit the winning runs on the 300th ball of the match, it doesn't matter as long as you get across the line.
And Haider Wasi Shah approaching a milestone here now, 49 of 62 balls. Well, if he manages to get his team over the line, how crucial will this innings be? Last ball of the over. Make some room. A quick single. And he gets to a half century. Haider Wasi Shah, take a bow, young man. It's been a brilliant innings under pressure. Still keeping his team in the hunt. It's been a terrific inning so far. 44 overs done and dusted. 234 for 6 with 6 overs remaining to play.
Haider Razak. Oh, this is high, but mid-off is in the circle. It won't travel all the way. Bit of a miscue. But they will pick up a couple of runs. So after his 50, he is looking to finish this in style.
I'm not sure if this is the right ploy here, but I believe that it's Lahiru maybe who's got to take the risk and try and get some boundaries while Haider plays through to the 50th over, because if Haider Wasi Shah is out there in the middle, they will get over the line more often than not, because Haider cannot afford to take the risk and lose his wicket at this stage. And this is what he's got to do, just keep milking it around. Pick up another couple of runs, excellent running. And one of the players that I certainly and really look up to, Ahmed Khawaja, is someone with the likes of someone like MS Dhoni. He was an absolute master when it comes to run chases. And more often than not, oppositions, they know that while he's out there in the middle, no matter what the score reads, it's not over as long as he get them out, because that's what he does so skillfully. Takes it down to the 48th, 49th over, takes those quick ones and twos, converts those twos into threes. And before you realize, he's within striking distance, and that's when he brings out those brilliant, hard-hitting shots to just seal the deal. Being a Sri Lankan myself, who can ever forget? I still live through that torture of the 2011 World Cup final, when we got the 2 wickets of Sachin and Sehwag, we thought the game was done and dusted. And then in walks players like Gambhir, Yuvraj, and then Dhoni, just taking it all the way down, just to our heartbreaks. You've got to learn from masters like that when it comes to run chases, and this is what I believe that these players have got to do. Take it down towards the last 2 overs.
Well, it takes a very special kind of player to be able to hold your nerve in those kind of scenarios. The likes of Michael Bevan, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, Mike Hussey come to mind. Owen Morgan comes to mind. David Miller as well recently. Oh, top edge! There is a long leg in position who can't get there. Was trying to pull off the front foot. Not a good shot from Lahiru, but he got away with it. And like you mentioned, it should be Lahiru being the one taking the risks here, but that was a bit too much on the edge. 33 needed now in 31 deliveries. Might be a case of cramp here for Wasi. Very hot, sultry evening. We're at the peak of summer in the UAE. Fair play to all of these cricketers. Playing 300 ball cricket in these conditions is truly something excruciating. And he takes the single to retain the strike. 241 for 6.
Alright, so we're now into the last 5 overs of the innings. 30 deliveries. Another 32 runs required for victory. Haider Wasisha on 56. Lahiru Sundarwan supporting him out there in the middle. Well, this seems to be going all the way down to the wire. Well, it seems like right now there's just two ways of approaching this. Either you hit hard and try and put the pressure on the opposition, or just keep rotating the strike. Take it down to the last over. Don't take undue risk. Turn those ones into twos. And then once you get within that striking distance of maybe the last 15 to 20 runs, then you can perhaps try and take a risk or two. Nicely played there. Smartly played, a direct hit. Would have been interesting, but Haider Wasisha was very quick across the turf, as I've been joined by Mr. Rizwanur Rahman after a well-deserved break. Rizwan, I hope you're excited to join me here in the Combox to this last leg of this all-important semi-final number 1.
Most certainly. Umar has got 11 legal deliveries left. Haider Razak has got another over. So the question remains for me, who will bowl those 2 overs? These two have been phenomenal, Haider Razak and Umar. It probably might be Krishna Karate, or will they go to Jihan Chaturanga?
Well, yeah, that's gonna be a headache that the captain has got to think of. Ranjit Mani has got to be careful with how he uses his bowlers. Either does he use his wicket takers and finish them off. Umar's got one more after this. Oh, nicely played. Has he got, in fact, falls just short of the fielder in the deep. Lahiru will take strike once again now. Rizwan, what's most interesting here is how and what can the CSS do differently in order to induce a wicket. Do you not think that maybe Obviously, with the fielders behind, I know a boundary. They're trying to protect boundaries, but even singles can cost them the game. Maybe perhaps bring in another fielder or two inside the circle. Oh, that's a good shot. Lahiru Sadarawan has absolutely smoked this out of the park. Well, that's going to change the pressure. The 250 comes up, and look at that. Magnificent jab by Lahiru Sadarawan.
Well, that certainly was a release shot. Lahiru Sandarawan joining the party. It was a half tracker aiming at the middle and leg stump, and Lahiru comfortably places it towards the mid-wicket region for a maximum. Well, that's exactly what you need, and as you rightly mentioned, they were able to pick up those singles and doubles quite comfortably, and one odd boundary will certainly change the course of the game, and all of a sudden you can see now the required runs just under control. CSS having a bit of discussion out in the middle. 23 required of 26 now. Umar was spectacular so far, feeding that half tracker for Lahiru.
Well, you got that release shot, isn't it? Now again, you don't have to do anything out of the ordinary. Just keep taking singles at this stage. The next two balls, I hope that's what Haider Vasisha is telling Lahiru. Don't do anything out of the ordinary. You got a 6. Now rotate the strike. And he does exactly that. Excellent batting here by Lahiru Sandarawan. Getting the strike back to the set batter Haider Vasisha. 251 for 6. Another 22 more required for victory. 4 overs remaining after this. 7 districts. Well, I think they've got the game. And if they can continue this partnership right towards the end, they'll certainly get over the line.
Oh, absolutely. That release shot has certainly made the difference. There was a calculated risk taken, and it has paid off well. Another one in the slot. Another one finds the fence. Easy pickings for Haider Vasisha. And a boundary to close out the over. It was in the slot, and he got the connection absolutely spot on. And they're truly in control of the game now. 255 for 6 after 46. .255 for 6. Semi-final number 1 of the 7 districts presents 49th Bukhatir League. 18 required of 24 deliveries. Can Haider produce a wicket? Half tracker. This is skied up in the air. Fielder settling underneath it and is put down. What have you done? That was a game-changing moment. And Abhiram Ritwik puts a dolly down.
Well, I'd say that was poor cricket all around. Firstly, when you've got the game by the scruff of the neck, Lahiru Sandarawan, what were you trying to do? And then Abhinav, well, absolutely makes a blunder. Well, is that the semi-final opportunity? If the final chance, the chance of getting a spot in the finals, let out as Haider Wasi Shah continues his merry way. Well, I think this is perhaps the final nail in the coffin for the CSS group as Haider Wasi Shah pulls it out in front of square for another boundary as they get within striking distance. What a performance, what an outstanding batting display this is by this absolute young superstar.
Well, it will be exasperating for the bowler. He did create that opportunity. Abhiram putting a sitter down. He had ample amount of time, and there you go. The pressure says it all. Wayward delivery, and they're certainly in striking distance now. They've done exceptionally well. That maximum from Lahiru changed the course of the game, and a catch being put down. You can't afford to do that, especially in a nail-biting contest. And Haider Wasi Shah yet again standing tall. Goes aerial straight down the ground. Falls short of the fielder. They look for two and will get it quite comfortably.
Well, I'll tell you, if that was a better throw, Lahiru did seem to be struggling to get to the non-striker's end. But yeah, well, now you're just 2 hits away. This has been a high quality run chase here by the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. Well, I must truly say here, Rizwan, that I'm well and truly impressed with the kind of maturity shown here by these youngsters. Well, once again into the gap. Just get a single on that occasion, the Haider Wasi Shah. Well, he moves on to 69. Single digits now required. In fact, it is 10 more runs required for victory. 9 required for victory, in fact. Oh, flirting with danger there, Lahiru. He's just got to be careful here. Nothing to be worried about. You know that you've got the game. Still plenty of time remaining. Just make sure that you see the game through. This is what Haider Wasi Shah is pointing out here to Lahiru Sundarawan. Just make sure we've done the hard work. Let's get it through the line. Bad shot selection there by Lahiru Sundarawan. And he knows it himself as well. Well, CSS group, they are not ready to throw in the towel. 47 done. It's 264 for 6 with another 9 more runs required for victory of the last 3 overs.
Nine required. Guiding it to perfection. Haider Wasi Shah has done exceptionally well ever since the departure of Aftab Javed. He's taken that responsibility on his shoulders, just succumbing the pressure, taking it ball by ball, over by over, and he's been the architect behind the run chase today alongside Aftab, who's picked up 4th century today. Now just striking distance away are the young batters of the 7 Districts Cricket Academy.
Well, I'm sure there'll be somebody who'll be absolutely thrilled with how these youngsters are played, and that is certainly Mr. Mohammad Haider. the founder of the 7 districts, who's certainly eagerly following his team on social media channels with their progress. And I'm sure these youngsters will certainly get a token of appreciation from Mr. Haider, who's an ardent follower of the progress of his 7 districts brand as far as the UAE domestic circuit is concerned. All his efforts with regards to bringing this high levels of quality and class to these youngsters by providing them the facilities to improve their game has been absolutely unmatched, and he'll certainly be absolutely grateful with how these youngsters have gone about their game. Well, 1 hit away now for victory. 6 more runs required, 2 deliveries remaining. Do you think they're gonna finish it off in a flurry here?
Well, they certainly can. With 4 wickets in hand, they can afford to take that risk. Here goes big. Gets the outer edge of the bat, picks up couple of runs, just a boundary away now. It has been a tough outing for both the teams. The match started at 5 p.m. local time, and we are now 1:15 in the morning. So it's been a tough outing for both the players, both the team players, as well as for the match officials also out in the middle. Long day at work, and in the end, 7 districts has come out really well towards the end. They held the nerve. Full toss, and that's hammered for a maximum. 7 districts qualify for the grand finale, and what an outing it has been for them. Absolutely magnificent.
Well, look at the celebrations. Just look at those pictures. A full toss on the pads, and it was easy pickings for Lahir Sandaruan. Swivels across and hits it all the way for a maximum. Haider Wasisha is been carried off the field for a magnificent batting performance, making sure that there's no further hiccups of the run chase of the 7 districts. Well, they've been I'm sure will carry on their celebrations right throughout the night. Well, what a performance, what a magnificent team performance it has been. Firstly, beginning with Aftab Javed with that outstanding batting performance at the top, scoring his 4th 105th in the 5 games he's played. And then Haider Wasisha, being the champion he is, being the little pocket dynamite he is, making sure he steadied the ship. And then Lahiru Sandaruan also joining the party and supporting Haider Wasisha in securing themselves a spot in the grand finale of the 7 districts presents the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League 2025. We've been certainly treated to a brilliant game of cricket that's taken it all the way down to the wire. And well, we've not been disappointed. We've been kept up right towards the wee hours of the morning. But it certainly was worth every single second. Congratulations to the men in orange, the 7 districts, as they booked themselves a spot in the finals, and commiserations to the CSS group.
Well, talking about the batting card, Zainullah 2 of 8 for him, didn't get the start that he has wanted. 18 for Ahmed Tariq, but it was Mohammad Irfan who steadied the ship a bit. 35 or 54 for him. But that man, Aftab Javed, 109 runs of 93 deliveries. The bowling all-rounder Lahiru Sandarawan. Quite impressive throughout. They've been phenomenal. They've got the 100% success rate so far in the tournament, and they have qualified for the grand finale of the 7 districts presents 49th Bukhatir League 2025 edition. Talking about the bowling performance, Haider Razak was instrumental, none for 60. Didn't get a wicket though. Mohammad Umar picking up 4 wickets. Nipun Babu was slightly off colour, none for 39 for him. Krishna just bowled couple of overs. Ranjit Mani was the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 30 for him with an economy of 3 runs. And Gihan Chaturanga, none for 39 for him. And Shubham Singh Sisodia as well. A bit expensive. So all in all, a complete all-round performance from the team 7 Districts Cricket Academy. CSS group, they missed a trick. They just could not pick those wickets at regular intervals. And in the end, 7 districts comfortably making it to the finals of the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League.
और लाइटें भी नहीं. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the post-match presentation of the 49th Bukhatir League 50 overs competition powered by 7 districts. Firstly, I would like to thank Sharjah Cricket and all its administration involved behind the scenes for such a wonderful tournament. We would also like to thank our powered by sponsors, 7 districts. In the first semi-final, 7 districts Cricket Academy defeated CSS Group by 4 wickets. And commencing ahead, we will now moving on to the Player of the Match award that will be awarded by our esteemed match referee, Mr. Tehseen Javed. And the CBFS Player of the Match award goes to the one and only the run machine, Aftab Javed. 4 centuries in 5 matches of the Bukhatir League, 109 of 93 deliveries, and a match-winning effort in the big semi-final. आफ्ताब बहुत बहुत आपको मुबारक हो. पता था हमें कि आफ्ताब जावेद बहुत ही अच्छे प्लेयर हैं, बहुत ही अच्छे बैट्समैन हैं, लेकिन 405 मैचेस में ऐसा क्या आपकी अप्रोच में चेंज हुआ है इस टूर्नामेंट में?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. सबसे पहले अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि अल्लाह ने इतनी बड़ी परफॉर्मेंस करवाई है. तो बस कुछ नहीं था, मैं पहले इंजरी हुई थी तो इंजरी के बाद कमबैक कर रहा था. ग्रोइन में काफ़ी ज़्यादा इंजरी थी तो सीज़न में इतना अच्छा गया नहीं सीज़न मेरा. तो बस यही था, मेहनत कर रहा था अपनी, तो आज मेहनत का सिला मिल रहा है.
10 ओवर के फॉर्मेट में, 20 ओवर के फॉर्मेट में, 50 ओवर के फॉर्मेट में क्या एडजस्टमेंट्स करनी पड़ती हैं?
ये कुछ नहीं, बड़ा फॉर्मेट है वो मैं वैसे ही लाइक करता हूँ और मेरी गेम के मुताबिक यही है. तो मैं जितना एंजॉय करना चाह रहा था मैंने एंजॉय किया है और उसी में परफॉर्म हुआ है.
एंजॉय आपने किया और एंजॉय हमें करवाया, लेकिन ये प्लेयर ऑफ द मैच अवार्ड, ये कीमती प्लेयर ऑफ द मैच अवार्ड आप किसको डेडिकेट करना चाहेंगे?
ये वन एंड ओनली हैदर भाई को करूँगा, क्योंकि जितना उन्होंने हमें सपोर्ट किया है तो ये उनके लिए बनता है.
4 आउट ऑफ 5 तो होगी, 5 आउट ऑफ 6 हम देखेंगे
इंशाल्लाह ज़रूर.
Best of luck for the finale. Well played, Aftab.
Thank you.
Well, that's all from the post-match presentation. For now, stay tuned. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. local time, we have semi-final 2 of the 49th Bukhatir League. It will be GHK Properties taking on Z Game Strikers.